As Chris Jones likes to say, it is payday here on the Potomac River for our final day of our final event of the 2017 FLW Tour presented by Costa Sunglasses. Good morning, guys. I'm Travis Moran alongside Rob Newell, and we're going to be bringing you 4 hours of live on-the-water coverage from our top 10 anglers that have survived and made it to this payday, as we call it, and a chance at winning that $125,000 paycheck. So for all you guys following at home, make sure you use the hashtags FLW Fishing, FLW Live to let us know how you guys are watching and also update us on who you think is going to take away the big trophy today. But before we get on that water, everyone wants to watch this live coverage. They want to see what these anglers are doing. We're going to catch you guys up real quick with the conditions going on. We've had some early morning action. We've had a lot of things unraveling here, and so we're going to catch you up, and then we're going to head out and check out some of these anglers on the water. But why don't we talk about the actual water system here right now? We're on the Potomac River, a lot of different areas coming into play and everything. Why don't you break us down on some of these different creeks and things?
Yeah, most of the, Travis, this morning, we can shorten the Potomac River real quick this morning. All the action pretty much this week has taken place between Broad Creek and down there about Chickamuxon. At the top of the river there, you have Broad Creek, Mattawoman, of course, where they're putting in. There's been a lot of fun going on in Belmont Bay this week. That's been a real popular place. Down there around Mattawoman, right below Mattawoman, you got Chickamuxon, and that's been a very popular place as well. So some of these places down south really didn't play this week. We didn't see much out of Aquia Creek. We didn't see much out of Nanjemoy. We didn't see much out of like Potomac, where Clark won a few years ago. So the lower end of the system really didn't play for these top 10 guys. These guys are crammed, but somewhere between that Broad Creek, Piscataway area and Chickamuxon. That's the thick of it, right in the river.
Yeah, absolutely. And then let's talk about our top 3 anglers going into this morning, Monsour, McMillan, and Warren. First with Monsour. This is a great aerial shot from me, especially in these grass beds. Break us down a little bit about the nuances that he's doing here.
Yeah, we'll reveal a little bit more about locations today. This is Monsour over on what they call Mason's Neck. You can see those little tidal creeks that come out back there from this fantastic drone shot. And those little tidal ditches come out and they wind through that grass flat right there where he is. And Tom, you can see he's power poled down right there on some kind of little key spot, maybe where that little tidal creek comes running by there, forms a bar, a point, something like that. Tom has found himself a sweet the spot within the spot. Yep. That's what we talk about on the Potomac River here a lot. And he's been needling that place all week with his famous swim jig and as well as a swim bait.
Now, here's a story I really like. Brandon McMillan, mounting what could be one of the best comebacks in tour history. After day one, he was sitting in 126th place. And he has got himself all the way up to the second place spot to start the morning. Tell us a little bit about what he's had to adjust to, because he's not fishing his normal habits here.
No, this is not the way Brandon McMillan likes to fish. In fact, he has had to go bum Cincos and hooks to put in those Cincos off of fellow competitors all week. But what Brandon has found here is, again, a little sweet spot within the spot. That's Chickamuxon Creek he's in there. Very popular creek. A lot of people fish there this week. But Brandon found one little place on the bank that we'll get into a little bit later there, a little special sweet spot, and he's just milking a Cinco down there. He's power poled down. He makes the same cast for hours as those fish move in and out of that place.
And kudos to Brandon McMillan. I think this really shows his maturity as an angler. He's willing to do stuff he doesn't normally want to do to put himself in the right position. And then let's talk about now Chad Warren, somebody who's done something, made that adjustment, needed to do it over a 4-day tournament, and it is really paying off for him.
Chad Warren lighting it up this morning, weighed in, I believe, 18.8 yesterday, and this is how he did it right here. We alluded a little bit to some top water action for Warren, and we're going to get a real good look at it today. Top water popper for Warren, something we haven't seen a whole lot of. There were some guys throwing some frogs early on, but not really many of the frog or top water people survived. But yesterday, Chad Warren picked up a top water, a popper there. You'll get a good look at it here, and he went to work on him.
And this was our first look at what he was actually using. We both came in here this morning, and we had heard he was using top water. That's what people have been talking about. But finally getting to see him actually throw it, you can see that he has made that adjustment and is paying off huge. Because look at how far that is swallowed down. When you're throwing top water, if you got a popper, it can be a very effective bait because these fish, they just inhale it. It's a small little profile. They love just eating that and swallowing down, and that's what they're doing today. And you're going to have a high percentage of getting those fish in the boat. He caught a lot of fish very early and then has been now culling up. And so he had a lot of small ones to start the morning, but he keeps adding 3-pounder after 3-pounder into that live well. And I think some good things are going to happen for him right now because he's already working on roughly a 15-pound limit. And we just started the day.
Yeah, he's using that morning time. There's been some low clouds in the morning. That's it's a weather window being created by those low clouds first thing in the morning and a little bit of a low tide going out. When the tide goes out of his little area, he's up in Pohick Creek, Pohick Bay as they call it. As that water pulls out of there, it gets very, very clear, and he likes the clear water. It gives him an opportunity to move in there under those clouds, get in that clear water, and throw that popper.
Absolutely. And then we're going to be looking at the leaderboard here in just a second. And here it is. And we've seen a little bit of movement already. Chris Johnson, a guy he's not a local, but he has a lot of experience on this water, him and his brother Corey. And so he's done one of those things you need to do on day 4 is put together a quick limit, make sure you're feeling comfortable. Now he's got the rest of the day. He has a lot of areas that he can go explore through the rest of the day and work on that 13-pound limit.
Yeah, Chris has had kind of a rough year. He had a great year last year, and this is a good way for him to end his season on a positive note right here.
Mm-hmm. And then Monsour, he's slow and steady, they say, wins the race. And and he's playing that slow and steady game, and we will see if that wins the race today. There's no doubt he's around the right fish. I mean, we've seen him just slowly cull these up. He's got what he calls the big fish side and the little fish side. And right now he's got that little fish side full of fish, and he's going to just keep working on getting rid of the little fish, swapping them out for big fish all day. And we'll keep checking in on him throughout the day.
Yep.
And then Brandon McMillan as well, working on a small, he's got 4 fish, working on a small limit. All of our anglers really getting some action going on early. But now moving over to our unofficial leader right now, Chad Warren. And I think the big ticket, obviously he's throwing the top water still right now, but I think the big ticket is going to be watching above him right now and see if that sun peaks out, that may shut down this bite he's got going. The other thing is the water's coming up right now. We had that bottom out tide shortly after launch. As this water comes up, that bite, the water's going to get more and more above that grass, and that topwater bite may slow down as well.
I have not had a real good bite yet today. I'm getting a lot of bites, but not quite the size I'm looking for. I mean, I've caught a couple good fish, but I don't think it's going to be enough yet. If I could catch 2 or 3 more 3.5 to 5-pounders, I'd feel like we had a chance at it. Just been in here throwing this popper this morning. Everything's just about right. The sun's kind of starting to come out. That's not going to help my bite a whole lot. But we've still got some clouds that kind of spread out, so I get some moments of shade and some moments of sun. Let's just hope that popper's in the right spot when them clouds come over.
Warren, one of our rookies on tour this year, Travis. He has had kind of a rough year too. I think his highest finish so far this year has been 74th on the tour. So this is a big shot in the arm for him as well. It's good to see a rookie guy.
We've been getting most of those bites. Just thought I'd come out here on this side and see if there's one over here too.
You like to see those guys that have had a rough year, really ended on a good note.
Mm-hmm.
And he could end it on a really, really good note today.
Yeah, you know what? Winning an event to end the season, I think, could help you in the off season a little bit, mentally prepare for 2018.
He's a stick down in Oklahoma.
say a prayer for me because I need a big one.
He's right. He's sitting around 15
I know
pounds.
My mom and my wife and my dad are on an airplane right now trying to get here before weigh-in today. So I'd sure like to make my dad proud on Father's Day. I know he's already proud of me, but I'd sure like to win one for him.
Happy Father's Day to Mr. Warren.
No doubt.
Come on, Clouds.
Rob, he talked about needing one big one. The way his limit is right now, if he does catch a 4 or 5 pounder, this may be his. You know.
A lot of times we see the guy that gets off to the fast start on this final day, the payday, so to speak, is he's hard to catch in the later hours.
He's not treated me very well. This is my first year out here traveling the country, fishing the FLW Tour, and it's been a grind. I hadn't got any checks this year. Hadn't won any money all year. Spent just about everything I had to get out here. Gave up a good mowing job to be here, as long as I've been acquiring over the years. And it's been a mentally tough year. You know, I thought I was pretty good before I got out here. And I've been working my tail off and doing everything I can to cash a check. And I was feeling pretty low before this tournament, and even through practice. I just got out here and grinded, and man, I think I had 12 bites in practice.
Uh-oh.
We need them bigger than that. Well, I think I had 12 bites in practice, and you know, I didn't sit around those areas and beat on them, but I was looking for something better, and turns out what I found is actually a little more special than I thought it was. First day of the tournament, I didn't have a fish till 11. They turned on in the spot I was catching them up in Broad Creek. I sat on it, you know, and then I came in here at the end of that day and caught me a big one right at the end of the day. Second day I did the same thing. I sat up there till 1 o'clock. The tide was a little later that day. Sat up there till 1 o'clock and nothing. I mean, I had, that might be a good one.
Wow.
There it is. Come on, baby. Stay down. Stay down. Get down. Get down. Down. Yes. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chad Warren Show this morning. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Get in there. Them boys are gonna have to catch him. They're gonna have to catch him. Yeah, there. Got him hooked, not in a very good spot.
I mean, look how deep. I mean, you love seeing that too. First thing in the morning, how far they're just choking this bait down too. Every fish is like this. He's got to reach deep down in that throat and pull that bait out of there.
And it's not like this is a spot that he has to himself. I said yesterday, you got to have something to yourself. And what he has to himself right now is a topwater bite.
Saves him every time.
It's not always an area you know, when I say having something to yourself, you need, it can be a technique, it can be a line size, it can be a color. But I followed this event pretty closely for, you know, the last 3 days, and the words topwater, I have not heard once except for a frog on the first day.
Mm-hmm. And for anyone watching that hasn't heard of Chad Warren, I mean, him being nice and candid with us right there, talking about he left his job, he's had a really tough season. I mean, it's funny because you hear this from a lot of anglers. It's not, you don't just get to jump in. You're with the big boys on tour here, and for him to have a tough season and obviously stay in it to the end, well worth it right now as he's has a chance to win a big payday.
Yep. Pretty good moment of honesty right there with him too, where he said, you know, I thought I was pretty good, you know, and I got out here, and he is in Oklahoma. I mean, he's a stick, but he got out here and he pretty much said, you know, I got amongst some of these guys, and you know, I might have been in over my head just a little bit, and this could be huge redemption day for him.
No matter where he ends up in this top 10, I mean, it looks like he's going to end up way up top here, but no matter where he ends up today, I am going to be really curious to see how he starts next year. Because this is one of those things, your rookie year, you know, obviously you want to win rookie of the year, but then to have, if he were to get a win under his belt, I mean, that's just one less thing to worry about the next year and kind of relax a little bit. So, very cool.
Well, when I was a kid, I was a popper throwing sucker. That's fun, ain't it?
I've covered Chad a couple times fishing down covered coastas at Grand Lake. I think that may be the first time I've seen him smile like that.
I wish you boys could pick up the rod and catch him too, because it's fun.
We got him out here.
I mean, I'm glad you're not, but
The way he's fishing right now, he might be able to finish his day early and go pick his parents up from the airport. Bring them home.
Happy Father's Day.
well, they're not quite as big as they were yesterday. I'm still catching good fish. I mean, I got a solid limit in there. I feel like if I could get a 4, 4.5, or a 5, I'd be sitting pretty. I was saying before I caught that fish, though, that in practice, I've not, you know, didn't have a good practice. The first day, I think I got 7 bites. Second day, 2 bites. Third day, I went back to some of the areas that I caught them, like this place, and tried to find something maybe, you know, somebody else would overlook. Because in practice, every time I came back here, it was loaded with boats. You know, I didn't even get to fish back here. I sat way out there, you know, on the flat, 400 or 500 yards out into the creek, and stayed out there. I thought, well, heck, there's so many guys back there, I couldn't even find a place to fish. So I really expected there to be, you know, a lot of people in here when I came in here Thursday afternoon. And I wasn't the last. I was 4 o'clock away, and I was boat number 80, so I was right in the middle of the field, and there wasn't a soul in here. So the next day, I come in here just a little earlier, you know, and on Friday, I didn't have a fish till, like I said, 1 o'clock or a good fish. Came in here Friday afternoon, and me and Jeremy Lawyer were back here, and he was catching them every cast, and I'd caught one and culled one out, and I really needed to cull another one. I went to turn around and head out deeper, and he said, Chad, he said, what are you doing? I said, what do you mean? He said, I only got 5 minutes, get up here. So I turned around, he left, and I pulled in there and caught a 4.5. He had a weigh in earlier than mine, so I owe a big thanks to Mr. Jeremy Lawyer. Without that fish, I'm not sure I'd have been there, yesterday to fish. Decided yesterday morning, you know, that other spot I'd found had kind of dried up, I decided I was going to start in here this morning, or yesterday morning. And boy, it was good. It was a good decision. You know, I may run back to that place I caught them on, you know, on Thursday. May run up there and check it this afternoon. Seems like it's better on a high tide, or as the tide's coming in almost to the top. But it's a timing thing, and I don't know, you know, exactly. I thought I knew the timing. That's why I sat on it Friday until 1 o'clock, and they never bit. So obviously my timing was a little off. We need some clouds. I got a couple bites yesterday after the sun came out on this topwater, but had one great big one come up and miss it, so I think they're eating it a whole lot better when we got a little cloud cover. Guessing they just can't see it as well. They get a better look at it when it's sunny and figure out it's not something they want to eat right before they get to it. We got quite a bit of fishing left to do, though. I'm feeling pretty good about it.
That's all up and get. That's fun right there.
Yeah, if this isn't exciting, I don't know what is.
Even though we're 600 miles away, that's just.
I'm not sure he's going to help.
See the bottom of his boat's filling up with grass there.
Yep, yep.
Every time he flips one, it's.
I got a solid limit, but
Look at how they're eating that. And he talked about
the same size.
cloud cover, they swallow it, and then when that sun comes out a little bit, he said he missed the big one that just completely missed it yesterday.
He talked about how much pressure was in there in practice. Now, it doesn't sound like there was much in there during the first day of the tournament, but I think the thing that's interesting is probably all the boats that went through, it's just a guess, I don't know. We're throwing some kind of swim jig or chatterbait or Senko or stuff that is mid-column type, you know, baits. And it's just amazing how, at least from the way we see it, fish get conditioned to that kind of stuff, and then you show them something else, something that's on the surface, something that's, they start looking up. They're tired of eating stuff in the grass, or, you know, they've been hooked too many times doing that. And suddenly something up on the surface, and it's like, he's fishing, he could fish behind 5 other boats throwing that other stuff, but he's fishing a whole different piece of water. They look physically like they're in the same place, but he's on a different playing field because of the bait that he has chosen. And you see that a lot of times in the spring. Kind of the first guy that gets to that topwater bite he has quite an advantage.
Yeah, he's got that So it's a surface bait, but also he can. It's got those short pauses as well, where those fish, like you talk about, getting conditioned. You know, the swim jig, the chatterbait, just goes right over them,
Moving
right
all
over
the
them,
time.
right over them.
Yep.
That popper's on the top, but then also paused. It really does give them a second to make a decision and really crush it.
Yeah, stays in their space just a little too long than what they're used to. They're used to, like you pointed out, stuff going by them, going, you know. But it is amazing how you can have boats in an area and one guy is doing this, and it's just like, you know, having something to yourself.
This is a good problem for him to be in right now.
Moving on up.
And he's fished a very good tournament. It's he didn't make this adjustment until yesterday, throwing that popper and really really getting into this bite. But what you just heard him talking about when he was explaining day 1 and day 2, he kept himself alive. He made it to day 3 to be able to make that adjustment. And that's what's so important is, even though he wasn't having a great tournament, he kept himself in the game. And now day 3, day 4, he's been having a great tournament.
Yeah, something that's also kind of ironic is that if you heard him say the first day of the tournament, I think he said he didn't have really a fish in the well till like 1 o'clock. That's a similar story as Brandon McMillan, who has also caught a couple of big stringers in the last couple of days and rocketed to the top. On the first day of the tournament, Brandon was struggling at noon, 1 o'clock, and had to go do something, and that's when he got on the bite that he's on.
You all right? Yeah, I think so. Thank you, boys. I appreciate it. They're all about the same size. I think they're all about 3 pounds, 3.5. Yeah. I need 4 or 5. Yeah, no joke. That was a big one. Maybe he ain't very smart and he'll bite it again today. I know I'm having a blast. Yes, sir. Yeah, I feel good now. I'm calm, ready to go. I hadn't really been too nervous. I tell you, the most nervous I got was probably Saturday morning, sitting there next to Andy Morgan in the takeoff. Like, dang, I gotta beat that guy today. Pretty cool to be sitting next to him. I hope. Oh, that one just sucked it under. That might have been a good one there. Some of them ones yesterday, some of the better ones were The two biggest I caught, didn't make a ripple or nothing, just sucked it down. It's kind of hard to see that pawpaw right now with those little bit of chop on the water, but you go to twitch it and it don't bubble. Pretty good indication one ate it. What do you mean by that? Well, I'll tell you, I pulled up, I had that one patch of grass out there in Broad, and they, I caught them on a swim bait out there one day, and I went back because I didn't find much else in practice. I went back over there and just bright blue skies, and the wind started blowing a little bit, had a little chop, and I pulled out a popper and caught a big one. I mean, a real big one. And there's a bunch of guys around, and so I put it down, and you know, I thought, well, I'll try that a little bit in the tournament. I threw it a little bit on Thursday, and I threw it a little bit on Friday, and never had another bite on it. And come in here yesterday morning, a little chop on the water, had some clouds. Heck, I'll pull that thing out and throw it a few times. One of my first casts, you know, I caught a fish, and the next cast I caught a fish. You know, I know that some of these fish in here are spawning, because every once in a while you'll be cruising through this grass and there'll be a hole, you know, and there'll be a fish sitting on a bed right there in the middle of it. And I know a lot of guys caught fish on the Cinco this week, and I was one of them. I caught almost all my fish Thursday on the Cinco. And I think that's what they're doing, you know. It comes out of that grass and finds one of those holes, falls down in there, and those bass are eating it. The Cinco's a great bait when they're spawning. But I think this comes over the top of their beds, you know, and they can't help it. They gotta eat it. Especially with it, you know, just sitting, you know, sitting right above them. I'm working it pretty slow. I don't think they can do anything but eat it. Come over the top of them. There's a cloud in the sky. They'll get it. I don't know if that's everywhere or if it's just because the water's so clean in here. This is by far the cleanest water I've found on the lake. And it's been consistently clean. You know, like when we got here Sunday, there was a bunch of boat traffic, and it muddied up a lot of stuff. I mean, you couldn't hardly fish on the main river because all the boats were stirring everything up. And I come back here, and I mean, it's not really that protected, but I guess some of those big boat waves don't get all the way back here. That one ought to get eat right there. That's another thing. I gotta cast that thing as far as I can. I guess because it's so clean in here. It seems like 95% of my bites have come on that very first 5 or 6 pops, maybe 10 at the most. But this bait's so small and so light, it makes it a real challenge to throw it as far as I need to. Come on, clouds. Come back up there.
Rob, so far this morning, it's really been the Chad Warren show. I mean, he showed up to play today for that final day. Andy Morgan wasn't there in the lineup for Rainy Intimidation today, and now it's really just been him running away with it at this point. But these other anglers aren't going to go down with a fight. As you can see, we have some fish catches from some of the anglers earlier this morning. And as we go into our break, after we get back, we're going to be looking at some of these other anglers and seeing what they're doing to put together a good bag. I mean, Brandon McMillan has put together really 20 pounds the last 2 days. And so I don't think you can count him out at any point until this until the weigh-in happens here.
I'm sure some Tom Monsour fans want to know what's going on with him this morning as well. So,
And he's been slowly putting some bigger and bigger fish in the live well. But we're going to run off to a quick break here, but we will be right back with more FLW live coverage of our final day here on the Potomac River.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Out of office?
Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, but it won't be long. But there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brood strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Welcome back, everyone, to FLW Live on the Potomac River for our final event of the 2017 FLW Tour. Here was our morning leader, Tom Monsour. He's got a small limit in the boat right now, and he's dropped down to that third place spot unofficially. But Rob, this is what Tom's done every single day.
Yep.
Every single day, he has worked on his limit. He has gotten that smaller limit, and through the rest of the day, and yesterday, people jump ahead of him. They're moving up. He bumps down because he's slow to getting those bigger fish.
I'm busy.
He's busy.
Monsour is busy working this morning.
Oh, uh-oh. We better catch your fish then. Well, we got a limit anyway. It's a small limit, and I got one baby. But at least we got 5 in the boat. It's 9 o'clock. We just made a move from inside where I've been catching them, which is dead. We moved to the outside, the low tide. We're gonna see if we can pick up a few out here. As soon as we got out here, we caught a 2.5 pounder, so I'm kind of excited. Hopefully this will get a few fish out here, hopefully. Get rid of a couple little ones I got. Kind of windy today, so I'm not really looking forward to running around. It was a rough ride just getting here. But hopefully we'll pick some up along here and we can spend some time here. At least we're kind of out of the wind a little bit here. Doing the same thing today, throwing my black and blue swimming jig. Got my little Yamamoto flapping hog on the back of it. Things have been fished pretty hard though. So now you gotta really work it over to get a bite. And that's what we're doing. Lucky to be out here though, it's beautiful. Actually a beautiful day, a little bit windy, but a beautiful day. And we're fishing. Any day you're fishing, it's a good day. Especially in the top 10 of an FLW tournament. I think that was a weed, not a bite.
That was a good look at the goodies.
One of the fun things or advantages about watching live is you get to see these little things that these veteran anglers do. You know, he got bit, but he's casting and winding, you know, and he got bit, and now he's slowed down immediately and is working that spot a little bit more, you know, and it's a fun behind the scenes look at how these anglers adapt to quick little situations like that.
Yep.
Pitch to these little clumps, trying to figure out what they're doing, if I can make long casts or if I gotta just make short pitches, but you gotta catch enough fish to tell you what's going on when we're doing that. That's really slow right now.
He's testing that distance from the boat. How far out do you need to be?
We're due for a big one though.
And that's something Chad Warren mentioned when we were on him.
At least one good bite out of here, and we haven't got a good bite yet today.
Chad's been having to make long casts, and he said it's happening. He's getting bit on the end of that cast.
End of the cast, yeah. That's one thing that's so efficient about Tom's swim jig here is, let's say you were throwing something else through there, or chatterbait or something,
so good, you expect
and you got a bite
every cast,
and you wanted to, you'd have to put your rod down and try another bait. But with that swim jig, he can just flick right back up.
Well, on this body of water, usually there's other guys. Sometimes there's 20, 30 other guys. These fish get in these certain weed beds, and when you find them, everybody finds them, because it's the only pattern really that's going is weeds. And so you got to have something different. You know, like some guys are drop shotting and getting them in these weeds. You wouldn't think of doing that in this, but you use a little heavier line, and I should actually be trying something like that too, but I've been doing good on my jig, so I'm sticking with it. Hopefully the jig bite will get a bigger bite, but there's some 20-pound bags have been 19, 20, 18-pound bags have been caught on a drop shot too in this stuff. Lucky today, down to the top 10, so there isn't really a big crowd out here, thank God, but this is the 4th day of 7 days of being pounded already. 3 days of tournament and 3 days of practice, and I mean these fish have been fished. Now it's just a matter of trying to hunt a couple up that haven't seen a lure. I'm pretty lucky right now. There's not even any local guys right here right now. There was a couple over there. And they're hooking some fish over there. I don't know how big they were, but it's Sunday. People are out fishing, having fun. Oh. That's what happens when you talk and don't pay attention.
Tom Monsour seems like one of those guys everybody would like to have as a grandpa. You know what I mean? Just a easygoing guy. He every day he's fishing, he loves it. You can tell he's really thankful to be on the water all the time. When he's not pro fishing, he's a commercial fisherman. Back home in Wisconsin, he has a huge commercial fishing business of netting buffalo carp. And
it's amazing how many commercial fishermen have successful careers bass fishing. I mean, when
they're part of the rhythms out there.
Yep.
They spend all their time on the river.
Now, what we heard from Tom, we're on day 4. These guys are really locking into their strategies. They've really figured out their little spots and little nuances of their spots. And so I think this is a good time to kind of talk about the overall keys. So let's take a look real quick at our General Tire roadmap to victory.
Yep. Number one, having something to yourself. And I've gone over this several times the last couple of days. It doesn't always have to be an area. I think a lot of people, well, something to myself. You mean like a piece of water to myself? No, and Tom just talked about that. He alluded to that just a little bit. It's not always a piece of water. It can be a technique. It can be line size. He said some of these guys are catching big stringers on drop shots out here. You have to have something that you're doing in the crowd that's to yourself. Secondly, tidal timing. You heard Chad talk about a minute ago there. He's got one spot that he fishes in the morning with that popper, and he's got another spot he goes to at high tide later in the day. That's the tide. That's when we're talking about tidal timing. Not necessarily running up and down the river, hitting a bunch of spots with the tide, but having a good low spot, a good low tide spot, and a good high tide spot. And finally, lure rotation. Now, we saw Chad this morning put a beat down on him with that popper, and that's what's working in this window for him. But he also said, I've thrown a Cinco some to get here. So these tidal places are very rarely just a one single lure situation. You have to go through a lot of different lures to match the tides, to match the areas, to match the watercolors that you're in. So something to yourself, tidal timing, and lure rotation.
Yeah, when you look at those keys, Rob, you really can look at all our anglers in the top 10 and put them into each one of those categories.
Yeah, each of those guys has applied some combination of those three things.
Yep, even though it looks like they're fishing different things, they have found their own keys within those keys right there. When you look at Chad, he's throwing the topwater. He has that bite to himself. That could be what ends up winning him the thing, and people are going to scratch their head like, "Oh, you were throwing the popper? It's a great idea." Like it's.
Why didn't I do that?
And that's probably why he wanted to keep it under his belt yesterday at weigh-in. He did not want people knowing about that because these anglers, they all would have been able to apply that to the areas they're fishing. They would have put that in their arsenal.
Yeah, you don't want a guy like David Dudley to get a sniff that you're maybe throwing a popper out there, because he'd take that and run with it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then you've got, obviously, Tom talked about what he's doing a little bit different, but then you've got Brandon McMillan that we're going to take a look at right now. And he's fishing an area that a lot of the top anglers fished this week.
Oh, yeah.
However, he's done something a little different. He's taken a different angle at it. He's backed off of it and fishing a little bit slower and really hammering it. And that may be that one little degree difference that separates him from being in the top 10 here, and the other guy's not making the cut.
Yeah, Brandon, he's a flipper from Florida.
And here's one of his fish from earlier.
This is not what he prefers to be doing. It's not what he would call his wheelhouse at all. He would rather be punching that stuff on a short string, but he's picked up a Cinco this week and forced himself to do this and been rewarded for it.
It's number 4.
What you're seeing, you pointed this out earlier with McMillan. What you're seeing is the maturity of an angler here. I can remember when Andy Morgan was a straight flipping guy. That's all I'm going to do everywhere I go. And just about the first time he ever picked up a spinning rod and actually tried that, he won his first tour event on Beaver Lake. And McMillan is going through that same process. He will tell you, I hate fishing this way. Throwing a Cinco out there and just letting it sit, that drives me crazy. I guarantee you, if McMillan wins $100,000 today, throwing a Cinco, there'll be a lot more of them in his boat for years to come, because that's how, Andy Morgan to this day keeps a spinning rod on his boat because he recognized that power. That's what you see these guys go through these, these times where they're learning these techniques in a big way. If you could understand how much hate Brandon has for that Cinco, to talk to him on the phone, he's had all week. Last night when I called him, he was talking to his wife, telling her where to go buy more Cincos at because he needed more. That's how he didn't bring any. He's bummed them all week off of people, and he even had to bum the right hooks to throw it.
Yeah, he ran low on hooks yesterday. Had to go bump some hooks, and then people were laughing at him like, "You don't have hooks?" He said, "I got flipping hooks. I don't have any Cinco hooks."
So I imagine kind of like the first time Andy Morgan at Beaver Lake probably had to go bum some finesse worms for a shaky head,
Yeah, he couldn't line up 80-pound braid on that spinning rod. He probably had to get some line.
Yeah, so far this morning it's been really slow for me. I've only had like 5 or 6 bites. I got 4 small keepers, 12, 13 inches. Not gonna get it done today with that, but yeah, overall it hasn't been the best morning. I usually have a limit by now, but I just think that the tide, it's moving back a little bit further each day, so I think that we're at a dead low slack tide, so I'm gonna wait it out another couple hours in here. Once the water starts moving, hopefully we'll get a little bit better. But I had a hard time catching them. This is the first morning I've got a chance to fish the low slack tide. We've been getting out here when it's already started to come back up on on the heading towards a high tide. And when it tops out around 12, 1 o'clock is when it really, really gets tough. So I'm just assuming that, you know, the low tide lull is the same as the high tide lull. So that's what I'm banking on anyway. What's that? No, everybody's leaving me alone. You know, Mike Sermon was in here yesterday, and he caught the majority of his 15 or 16 pounds right through here. But he's gonna let me have it today. You know, which is super nice of him. So it's all on me today. I mean, you know, the locals were good to me. They didn't move in on me. The other 9 guys, they didn't move in on me. So, you know, I got no excuses if I don't catch them today.
Well, it was a good thing that Mike Sermon was fishing near him yesterday, because that's who he went and bummed hooks off of. So hopefully he gave him enough to get through today.
I guess that's one way to use a crowd to your advantage, is to borrow tackle for everybody that comes by. And he literally said that he, you know, he had to borrow, I think, Cinco's one day from Mark Fisher and Cody Kelly. He picked some up from them as they fished by, and then Serm came by the other day, and he bummed a few hooks off of Serm, and saves money on tackle, I guess. Yeah. But it's one of those situations where that technique kind of, that with McMillan, he said the first day he was dying. He went and flipped, and he was about to, I mean, he had nothing. And he pulled up on the spot right here just to get a limit, like the old shaky head thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just need to pull up somewhere with my shaky head and salvage my day, so I'm not completely zero at the weigh-in. And he caught 11 or 12 pounds off the spot real quick at the end of that first day, and he thought, I might ought to go back and check that.
Well, something that was interesting about that day, when he caught that quick limit off this spot, he actually thought the bite window was on. He goes, okay, it looks like these fish have turned on. So he ran out of there to water that he thought he had better fish, because he figured that bite was on then and didn't get him. And then looking back at his day, he went, you know what? Maybe I should have spent a little more time.
Painful for me to sit here and do this week. Fishing the way I'm fishing. You can only pull this Cinco about 15 feet before it gets all slimed up with just old snotty looking moss and stuff. So it's been a pain this week, but it's been pretty good. The majority of my fish that I've weighed in have come out. They've all come right here in this 50-yard stretch, but the majority of them have come in like a 20 to 25 foot little indentation in the grass, where it's just kind of just a little notch down the straightaway edge, and for some reason they've been stacking up in there. But I haven't been able to get a bite out of it this morning. Just kind of fished around it a little bit to catch the 4 little squeakers that I got.
It was basically 2 20-pound days they came from that spot right there. 50-yard stretch. That just shows you how they stack up here. That's pretty incredible. Also talking about his love for the Cinco there. His sentence was, it's a pain, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, Randy McMillan really has been an infomercial for the Cinco this week, because he, you know, like you said, it's not his style. He's doing it because he has to do it right now, and he's even mentioned using some of the other versions of stick baits and things like that. Can't get bit on those, and even when there's any kind of blemishes on the Cinco, if it you know, when he catches one fish, it gets a little tore up and stuff. He says he can't even get him to bite then. He needs a brand new, shiny Yamamoto Cinco to catch a fish.
I think green pumpkin's been the thing too. If he alters too far away from the green pumpkin, the bite kind of goes away as well. And he said last night, he said, all that might be between my ears. I don't know. All I know is every time I put a brand new Cinco on, I get a bite.
Now looking to the left of the split screen, you'll see him.
Enough about this title stuff to know if that's good or bad, but right now they ain't biting, so I'm gonna say it's bad.
Looking at those blue skies
It
above
ought to start
Chad.
coming back in here pretty darn soon. I'm surprised it's not already.
Travis, a minute ago, you were going to talk about the tide and McMillan and the high and the low and how, what were you going to say about that?
Well, yeah, and that's what Brandon was talking about. He was talking about that lull that happens, and what happens is that water freezes, basically. You know, these fish are used to setting up in some type of current.
Correct.
And so when the water's running one way, they're set up a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
When that water stops moving, those fish kind of they stop really caring about it because they're not set up. They don't know how to set up. But once that water starts moving the opposite direction, they have to actually move, and that actually gets them a little bit more energetic and stuff. And as they're moving, everything's moving. The bait's moving, everything is resetting, and that's when these bass turn out, really turn on. That bite goes. That's when they talk about those bite windows, that first little hour right after the tide switches, because everything's making some adjustments. And bass are opportunistic feeders. When everything's adjusting, they're going to take advantage of that.
I think the advantage that McMillan might have, it doesn't matter if it's a high tide or a low tide, it's going either way. In other words, some guys have a high tide spot and a low tide spot. Brandon, it doesn't matter if it's going in or out, as long as it's flowing across that spot right there. And, the flush ends of the tide, whether it's low or high, is when it's at its worst. That's what he's experiencing right now. He's waiting for that water to move. But
You got 5? Me either. I got 4, 12 inchers. You're on them, buddy.
I think he's talking to his buddy Jeff Sprague.
What time's it supposed to turn?
McMillan's been studying his tide chart.
Yeah.
He might fight that wind a little bit. That wind can hold a tide up if he, But I think it'll be coming in, so that might help push it in there a little bit better.
I know.
bass right there. Good one too. Sucker there's on a bed.
I think Warren just said something about one being on bed. Still bedding on the Potomac here.
Here's another one.
There's some fish on bed at the Potomac. I bet if John Cox is watching this right now, he's going, oh,
Oh, did I miss that?
how did I miss that? A little bit later, we'll get into McMillan's spot. Coming up in the show a little bit later, we'll kind of diagram what might be down there, what might not. I've heard some rumors about some sunken treasure down there creating the hard spot that McMillan's throwing at there.
As we start to get closer to another break, this is a nice look at Brandon McMillan in the area he's fishing. And you can really see this weed line. And
he said somewhere in there's a notch or a hard spot or a bare spot, and we've heard from some of the local boat drivers around here that there could be something special down there. You can almost kind of see how that makes that indention right there, right off of that dock.
Yep, straight out from that dock.
Straight out from that dock. We might talk about that a little bit later. That's a great shot of, wow.
Yep, and so we're going to be right back with more action, and as we wait for this tide to start picking up and these fish to start biting again. But do not go anywhere. Continued action of our final day of the FLW Tour. We'll return right after a quick break.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun is coming on, and it won't be long, but there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got along with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone. It's been an interesting morning so far here on the Potomac River for our fourth and final day. Here is a quick look at our unofficial leaderboard. Had a little bit of movement, lots of fish being caught, and everybody is dialed in for this fourth day, and they are now just putting the throttle down and trying to exploit their last spots for one more limit.
Yep, and it looks like Mr. Chad Warren is stealing the show for sure. I mean, that 4-pound lead at this point in the day is looking pretty nice, especially with some guys already got some limits. This guy has been non-stop this morning. He's made some magic with that Pop-R and really dialed into a bite, that early morning bite window on a low tide, clear water, cloudy skies, everything coming together for him.
Yep, and these are some shots from earlier this morning that contributed to his 16 to 17 pound limit.
He's told us that some of those fish are still spawning in there, and they're kind of a post-spawn, still a little bit of spawn going on in there, and just that the Pop-R is the thing that hesitates over top of them, and they just can't take it. I think we talked a little bit earlier. You mentioned baits that go through beds, and
Nothing. I mean,
he's figured out. I mean, he's dialed it up. This is what happens when all the pieces of the puzzle come together. Pretty impressive when lightning strikes like this.
Stay down.
And the one thing he's talked about is that cloud cover. He thinks is very crucial. If you watch all those fish he just got in the boat, they had absolutely inhaled that bait. But he talked about yesterday when that sun came up, the fish didn't hit it the same. They were missing it. They were swatting at it. And now as we go over to our live look, you're going to see that we got some blue skies in the background right now. Looks like he may be still throwing that popper the way he's working it right here. But if he ends up getting bit with the blue skies, it may be game on, game over for the rest here.
I think like we were discussing earlier about the roadmap, the roadmap to victory, lure rotation might have to come into play here a little bit. If these blue skies start to have a negative impact on his area, or that wind starts to become too much of an issue, he might have to swap up.
Yep. And with him flirting with that 17-pound limit, he really is just one big fish away from a great limit. And when you look at his unofficial, we've got to look in the studio here, his unofficial weight of each one of his fish. And you got a 4, a 3, a 3.5, a 3, and a 3 1/4. You got a lot of quality fish, but they're all kind of clones. You need that big fish right now to really solidify things.
Again, he's in the Pohick Bay area, the fourth day, so we always try and that's where he's been all morning. But this is Pohick. I don't think is any like so many of these places on the Potomac. I don't think Pohick Bay is a big secret. But the big secret for Chad Warren is a Pop-R right here, right now in Pohick Bay.
We were watching him over the first segment this morning. I think he caught like 4 live, and so you could tell it's really obvious when they're eating this bait, and I think it becomes real obvious when they're not eating this bait.
A few more unanswered casts here, and he's going to start. You can already kind of see him looking around a little bit. He's starting to think, how much more time should I give this? And just like you said, he in his mind, he's got an awesome limit to start the day. Where can I go pick up a 4-pounder? Where can I go get a 4.5? I guarantee you that's running through his mind right now. Maybe I can get it right here. Maybe I just need to change baits. I might have to, make some kind of bait adjustment here, but love the windows. The window opens, it's your best friend. Window closes, not your friend anymore. Time to go find a new window to get into. And we could see a situation where his window closes and Brandon McMillan's window opens when the tide turns and starts running. So
and there you go, just picking up a chatterbait now. He's got a little bit more breeze. That sun's up. He might need to get down there a little bit. And the other thing that's going on is that tide's going to start coming up. So there's going to be more water above the grass. So these fish might not be as willing to go that far up to hit a topwater. Now, if you guys are in the area, the live weigh-in is going to start at 4 o'clock at the Smallwood State Park. You guys can come join. It's going to be, it's like always, it's going to be an exciting, fun weigh-in. It doesn't matter if anyone catches any fish. Chris Jones always adds excitement into that. But the way the fishing is going, it's going to be a lot of fun watching these guys weigh in and possibly do that with the Warren family as well. And I think it's going to be a good day for them regardless, as he's really fished a great tournament. And then for you guys that are not going to be able to make it over to the event weigh-in, you can watch, same place right here on FLWfishing.com.
Seems like it.
Chris Jones will be saying, bring him to me.
See if I catch a big one somewhere else.
There you go. See, like you said, Rob, he's just thinking right now, going through all the, I need
Unless
one
I get to catch
fish.
him on this thing.
Yep, he made that bait switch, didn't he? He gets caught up. This is where you start getting caught up at do I, because you know how many fish are in that area. You've seen this morning how many blow-ups he had, how many he caught, how many he missed. I mean, that place is chock full of fish, and he now has to decide, do I leave this and go somewhere else, or do I try and find, I know they're still here, they're not going to swim away. Do I try and make some kind of adjustment in this area to keep, to stay on their trail, so to speak?
Now another look over to Tom Monsour.
Man, look at all that pretty scattered grass out in front of him. That's the right looking stuff. Not too thick and matted, but not too scattered sparse, just the right. And I'm sure that there's some kind of little hard spot or some kind of little goodie in there in that one particular area that kind of causes that grass to break up. Could be hard bottom, gravel, the grass can't grow as good there, but that's where he keeps needling. Looks like he might have moved to pitching the Cinco now. Bait rotation. Tom was actually part of a reality show, Bottom Feeders, as part of his commercial carp business. I think actually his son was more of a star in that, but I think Tom was in there a couple of times as well.
And this is, I mean, you might as well put this video on loop. This is what we saw Monsour do all day yesterday, and I can't believe he's not going to do. I mean, like, there's no, you couldn't tell me he's not going to do this all day today as well. You know, switching up between the Cinco and a swim jig, but
and some of that he's just trying to match the clumpiness of the grass to the bait. It gets a little bit more clumpy. You want to needle it a little bit more. You know, it gets a little thicker, a little tighter. You want to needle it a little bit more with the Texas rigs, with something you can pitch in there. It starts to, you get in a little stretch where it starts to scatter out and get more gappy. You might want to pick up the, you know, more of the swim or the swim jig or the chatterbait. So it's matching the density and kind of the frequency of the vegetation to the bait.
And I'm pretty sure this is about what he had for a limit yesterday as well by this time.
I think he's still in what he calls his limit spot. This is still where yesterday he said the big problem was when he went to the big fish place, nothing happened. He started like this yesterday, got his limit, and when he went to where the fireworks were supposed to happen, the wicks were dead, the fuses wouldn't light, and he struck completely out on his big fish spot. But I bet he goes and visits again today sometime.
And this has been Tom's plan every day of the tournament. He gets those small fish, and then just through the rest of the day, he slowly upgrades those fish.
Yeah, I think he's still in the Mason Neck area. I honestly don't know where some of his other places that he's been going for some of the bigger fish. We might get a better, if he goes and fishes some of those places today, might get a location of where the big ones have been coming from.
And looking at our little leaderboard, this is totally unofficial in the studio here, but right now, 7 of the 10 anglers have limits.
That's Potomac River for you.
So that gives you a little perspective of the action today, and then how healthy the Potomac's fishing. You know, Winlet actually said after day 1, this is the best he's ever seen it in 20 years. This is the best, the most healthiest and the consistently quality fish that he has seen. And one of those guys with early limits and has moved all the way up to the second place, the unofficial second spot, is Chris Johnston. And of our top 10, Chris really seems to be the one that has paid the most attention to the tidal fluctuations. A lot of our other anglers understand the bite windows and everything, but they are in areas that they think there's a lot of fish, that they know there's a lot of fish, and they're just staying put. Chris has moved a little bit more and you know, understands those tidal fluctuations a little bit more.
Yeah. I think he's utilized probably more of the river than anybody else this week, jumping and hopping around.
And then we're going to take a quick look right now at some of his fish catches from earlier this morning.
slip the tool on that one to start. Number 1. I do it in a little deeper water. Usually when sitting on a big one.
Ooh, first time we've seen those kind of, yeah, that's a completely new look for us there in the pads. It's a pretty chunky one way back in.
Number 5.
Yeah, that's an exclamation 5.
I'll say.
And the thing with Chris Johnson is a lot of the anglers talked about going to this tournament. You know, there's going to be the community holes that everyone's going to use. They're all going to be lined up there. But the anglers with more experience in this body of water have their little tiny nooks. They have little spots that they know may be only good for 1 or 2 fish. That they, as they're moving from one community hole to the other, they jump into these little areas. And I would bet out of these top 10 anglers left, he's got the most of those to jump in and out of. And that may be a huge key to this final day here.
I'm not sure. That might be the back of Matawoman. I think he might have started in there early this morning. Get a few keepers to get the live well wet.
All right, and here's our live look at Chris Johnson's back of his seat there. Making some adjustments to the camera right now.
Yeah, I think he started back in Matawoman and to kind of get the live well wet, get a few keepers going, and now he's running some of his more primary stuff out on the river.
And you can see he's got a couple of those were solid fish, maybe 3+ pounders, and so he's definitely putting together the right bag of fish. And
I see, you know, one guy we haven't talked very much about, Michael Neal, moved up there to 4th place, and I've gotten word that he's throwing a square bill around grass. That's something a little different as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's worked his way up unofficially to the 4th place spot this morning. Michael Neal's had a solid year this year on the FLW Tour, but this is his first top 10, ends the year on a nice top 10 note. Some good momentum going into the Cup at Lake Murray. Yep, I spoke a little too soon there. Michael Neal not in the Cup this year. Had a good tournament there last year, 2nd place, but looks like this year will be spending his time inside. But good to see him end this year on a positive note anyway.
yeah, mentally that is so important. That's like salvaging the season in a major way. That, you know, you don't make the Cup, that's a big blow to the gut shot kind of thing, you know. And to have a strong finish, at least in this last event, it gives you just that mental edge to go into the postseason and regroup, put your gear back together, and plan for next year. I think eventually we're going to get a look at the Chris Johnson here. I think we're trying to figure out some camera issues.
I believe he just pitched into some scattered milfoil clumps out there. But he does it fast.
If you look down there right now, currently he's in 8th place, doesn't have a limit yet. It's Jeff Sprague, but he started the morning in 5th place. And he's had quite the season. He has cast checks in 6 out of these 7 events this year. So he had a really consistent season, and you know, hopefully he carries that over into a strong finish at the Cup. And then one other guy that had a notable season is Cody Meyer. He's started this morning in 6th. He's now moved up unofficially to that 5th slot. But Cody had a rough start to the year. The second tournament, he finished, I think, 119th. And then the third, 90th. And those were his 2 out of the top 4 worst finishes he has ever had in his entire career. Gosh. To start the season. And so he didn't make any cuts the first 3 events, and really had kind of you know, some self-talking to do and adjust his mindset, and you know, and that's the kind of the definition of a good area. You're always going to have your lulls, but since then he has made the cup. He's made the cut every one of the next events, all the 4 tournaments after that. So first 3 did not make any cuts. Last 4 made all the cuts, and so. Strong finish here. He went from 76 in the AOI standings when he was doing not so well, and he's jumped himself well into the points race, and is going to, you know, qualified for the Cup, no problem. I think he's currently 18th in the AOI race, and the thing with Cody is that's where he's made a lot of his money in his career, is that Forest Wood Cup. So it's so important that he makes that every year, because he does very well. And for the first time, he was looking like he wasn't going to make it.
What I'm doing here is just swimming a jig down this edge. I've been flipping this grass for about the last half hour and haven't got any bites, but I pulled in here yesterday afternoon, and in the last hour I caught most of my weight. I think I called 4 times and I ended up losing one about 4.5 to 5. That really hurt me, but there's a lot of fish in here. I'm in Mattawoman Creek, and there's a ton of fish released in here, so I don't think I'm going to go up north. I think I'm just going to spend most of the day around here, because I think most of my spots up north have pretty well dried up. And I started here this morning and I got 4 in the first half hour. 3 of them are just under 3, and then I got 2 and changes. I need 2 good bites, especially if I'm going to have a chance of winning this thing. And any cast in this stuff, you could get a 4 or 5 pounder, no problem. So I'm just gonna put my head down here and see what happens. think it's a slack tide right now, so that's not helping. And I pulled in here about 45 minutes ago and I got 2 or 3 right off the bat, and I think they're just off the bite for a bit, and when that water starts moving again, should pick up. The only reason I left here this morning, I was gambling. I tried going up a creek and there was a local already up there, and it's a spot that's only room for 1 boat, so we'll come back here and try and get our big ones. It's a whole lot windier today, so some of this main lake stuff is gonna get blown out, so it's another reason I don't think I'm gonna run some of my stuffs on the main lake. That one yesterday I had here, it hurt with 20 minutes left, and I was just thinking I need 1 kicker to get over that top and have a chance at winning, or possibly could have been leading it, but he was coming across the surface and just popped off right beside the boat, so not much I could do, but he's still in here, so maybe we'll have a second chance today. I'm trying to just drift with the wind so I can stay off the trolling motor and make short pitches, and I'm just dragging my power poles behind to slow us down because it's really windy today. There's probably 3 or 4 footers out on the main river. It makes it a little tougher to get where you want to go. I've actually caught quite a few fish today, just getting a lot of 1.5 to 2s. Not the right ones if I want to catch up, and I think old McMillan's going to catch them pretty good today, so if I want to have a chance, I'm going to need around 20 pounds.
Another quick mention on Mike O'Neill there. He just boated a big fish, put him in 3rd place there, 4.25. It jumped him up. Another correction on Michael Neal. We finally have gotten our points straight here. Michael Neal is in the Forest Wood Cup. I thought that was correct to begin with, but Neal is in the Forest Wood Cup and has had a solid season, and this is his first top 10 of the season. And we had a little confusion there. We apologize for that, but
good final news for the Neal family.
yes. Apologies for saying he's not in the cup. He is in the cup.
Which is a good segue because we are going to be at the Cup. We're going to be flying out. We're taking the whole studio on the road, and we're going to be in Columbia, South Carolina, for the Cup for all 3 days. Now, the Forest Wood Cup's a 3-day event, and so we're going to do a couple things. We're extending it to a 3-day coverage, where normally we just do the last 2 days of the event, and then we're also going to be going live right at the weigh-in. So we're going to be doing a lot of live coverage. It's going to be if you want to have a lot of fishing action, we're going to be starting it at the takeoff. We're going to have Chris Jones, Byron Velvick at the blast off, giving us some nice words of wisdom and bringing in energy to start the morning. And then we're going to go back to us at the studio, our mobile studio out there, and be watching 6 hours of live coverage on the water for one of the most prestigious tournaments in fishing.
It's going to be a tough one. It's a fun event because it is, Murray's a great lake, but they have it at a time of year that's a little difficult, but that's part of the test. I mean, these guys can't always just go around with sunny skies and cool temperatures like here on the Potomac and, you know, and catch them. They have to, every now and then we have to test their mettle a little bit.
And we heard Chris Johnson mention Brandon McMillan. I know these guys are good friends of each other. They have a lot of respect for each other, both great anglers. And he's probably pretty accurate that he needs about a 20-pound limit to really have a good chance at winning this thing because Brandon is not going to make it easy. He had a small limit, but he was saying the fish are slow. He hasn't gotten that bite window. But it really feels like things have sped up. We're watching the unofficial leaderboard here, and Brandon seems to actually be catching some fish. Seems like they're starting to bite a little bit more readily for him, and hopefully he's got some extra sinkos here because he's going to have to weed through a lot of fish to put together a good limit today.
The tide might be turning his way. We talked about this a little bit with Chad Warren. Got off to that fast start. He was in the right place at the right time, and Brandon McMillan's just been kind of biding his time, waiting for his area to turn on. And we're going to see what he can do once that water starts flowing through Chickamucks in there.
And it's going to be an interesting segue because you've got Chris Johnson with so many options, so much experience, and you got Brandon McMillan. I think this is the first time he's ever fished the Potomac.
Oh, he come off.
And this is a live look right here.
He knows the water's fixing to start rolling.
Did he just pull out a fresh Cinco?
I hope so.
Look at that.
He said they only bite the brand new fresh ones.
And you can already tell right now there's a new sense of urgency with him. Before he was just calm, casual, he's just waiting for those fish, but you can see
live now.
There's opportunities now he's seeing.
Well, we're just kind of in a little flurry here. I've just caught my best 2 fish in the last 5 or so minutes. I just lost one here, so that tide just switched and I think they started to bite a little bit now. So still slow. I mean, I've caught just a handful of keepers so far today. 7 or so now, and working, got a small limit, but nothing to write home about. Maybe about 9 pounds or so, maybe. That's a big one. That's a big one. Stay on, baby.
Replay from earlier. This was fish number 5 to top off Brandon's limit.
On. That's a giant. Yeah, that's right. Attaboy. That's a cool 2 3/4 maybe. Yeah, for the most part, I've caught all my fish on a weightless Senko. Just a green pumpkin stick bait here. Nothing too fancy. Makes it a little tough in this wind to throw it, but that's been the best deal for me. You just have to fish it real slow. Actually, I'm not even sure if maybe we're even in a little flurry. The last 2 bites that I had prior to the 2 nice upgrades I made, that I was looking at the tide chart and just letting my bait sit there, and all of a sudden, as I'm on my hands and knees reading my graph, it just takes off. So maybe I just get in a little bit of too much of a hurry. So we're gonna slow down even more than what we've been slowing down, and see if we can't milk this one little area for a few more good ones. All this slime around has been really hindering the way the bait falls. If they don't get it in the first 3 or 4 feet when it gets there, it kind of gets all slimed up, all gummed up, and just doesn't look natural, so they don't really eat it. This is so painful for me to do. To sit here and throw this. It's fun when they're biting it, but it's pretty painful for me to sit here on the final day and just to keep continuously throwing. So, but this is all I got, so we're gonna ride it till we can't go no more. Yeah, we don't have milfoil back home on Okeechobee as we do as here, but we have hydrilla, which is pretty similar. So yeah, I mean, I feel at home in the grass. I mean, I'd rather have my boat sitting where I'm casting and I'd be flipping into it. That's the way I would rather fish this tournament. You know, I felt like that was going to give me my best chance to do well, but I just couldn't make it happen. I mean, it just didn't happen for me. I couldn't. Even all the fish that I know that are right here, every now and again when it gets really, really dead, I'll go in there and flip and try to get a bite. You know, maybe it's just a timing thing. If they're not biting on the edge, you know, they probably aren't going to be biting up there. And if you start getting a little flurry, you might be able to go on in there and flip up one or two. But for me, I haven't been able to catch anything doing it, so. Which breaks my heart, because that's what I love to do more than anything.
That is some pretty tedious fishing that McMillan's having to deal with there. You can see every time he brings that bait back, he has to pick all that slime and scum off of it, make another cast just so it can get wadded up again and pick it off again, so I can see how it's
once again, look at this. Look at his area here. You can see what he's casting to. And he just kind of keeps making his way back and forth through here. You just see so much grass.
That's a pretty cool shot. You can see the little void right there. There's something there, and there's been a lot of speculation about what's there. I know several guys that have fished that same little spot this week, and but they were up farther, closer to the dock. They were, you know, and they were kind of sitting on the spot that Brandon's casting to, and Brandon has said there's something there on the bottom, a little harder bottom, something going on. The legend and lore of the Potomac River that comes from some of the boat drivers is that one of the guys that lives along that bank was a big tournament fisherman and put a bunch of gravel and stuff out there around near his dock, and created kind of his own little hard bottom is so key on the Potomac River that he just kind of created his own little gravel bar there for him to do well in tournaments on. So whether that's true or not, we don't know. You have to be like Dudley, put on your snorkel and mask and go down there and count the pebbles, but you can definitely see from that shot there that it was a little more gappy, had a little, you know, you can kind of see where the hook is, and you know, a little clear water up against there. I asked Brandon about it. Do you know what's there? And he said, I have no idea, but there's something going on right there in that spot. It's just it's a little more open. Looks like he's looking for just the right color Cinco now. Chad talked about his dad coming to weigh in today. I know one dad that's looking down from heaven right now on the late, great Jimmy McMillan, Brandon's dad, who was an iconic figure at down there at Lake Okeechobee, and tragically killed in a robbery several years ago, and was shot, and still a lot of emotion there when you talk to McMillan about his dad, Jimmy. Jimmy raised an incredible fishing family. You got Brandon and his brothers, Little Mac. They're all fishing fools down there at Okeechobee. We know Jimmy's up there looking down on Brandon. Awesome fishing clan. Got to reach that point in the day when the guys are pretty serious about what's going on here. They're done talking to the cameras, and they're trying to make some decisions and adjustments as to how to improve on their situation. And they, have got to reach that point where, look, I've told you all I can tell you about where I'm fishing and what I'm doing. I need to kind of make some decisions here about what I'm going to do in the next couple of hours to make this happen.
Yeah, that $100,000 carrot at the end of this thing definitely keeps them focused.
Looks like Warren's going to something. He's casting out and reeling pretty slow back in, too. Might be a Cinco war going on here as well. Dueling Cincos.
What we're definitely seeing is a little lull. We haven't seen any fish catching for quite a while, and that's with these tidal waters and everything the way it works out. It's just flurries, and they don't know it completely, but they know once one catches a fish, the chances are a bunch of guys are actually starting to get them, because you better believe they're on their productive water. So if they're not getting bit right now, it's because the fish are not biting.
Unfortunately for our end, lulls lead to lulls. Their lulls lead to, you saw Warren this morning, got on that run, was happy and talking and telling us his life story, and now the bite's kind of gone away and fizzled out, and so has the vocalization of what's happening out here. And that's just kind of that's kind of what this new era of live coverage of fishing is. How many times do you ask a guy on the front of the boat, hey, tell us what you're doing, because these guys are like, look, I've told you 2 or 3 times. How many times do you want to know? So
Here's a look at Chad Warren. And if you guys weren't watching first thing this morning, he was just spanking him on the top water popper. Put together a good limit, then was able to call that limit up, and now he's looking like he might almost have 17 pounds in the live well, which is a great limit. I mean, this is you can't be upset about that. But obviously, there's a lot of time left to fish, and so he's really looking for a 4+ pounder. He gets one of those, you can really start feeling comfortable with, maybe planning out how he's going to divvy up that 100 grand between all his family showing up to the weigh-in today.
Yeah, it's obviously it's all unofficial, but when you have a 4-pound gap from first down, it's all unofficial. And of course, it's off by always a few ounces to a pound, but his lead by about 4 pounds there is substantial in the unofficial way.
Mm-hmm. And so we've watched, and actually Chad's even talked about, is the adjustments he's going to make today. There's a couple factors. The popper bite really goes away for him once that sun comes up. We can see those blue skies behind him. And so what he's got a couple decisions he's got to make. First is, what lures is he going to switch up to? What adjustments is he going to make on the lure rotation? But then also, is he going to move actual locations? And so that's what we're going to kind of watch the decisions unfold between him right now, because you better believe that's what he's going over in his mind. He really doesn't need to get on to a school of fish or into a feeding frenzy. He needs one fish right now. And if he gets that, then he needs another fish. But at this point, he's really fishing for isolated one fish, big bites. And so it's going to be interesting to see how he makes these adjustments and if it works out for him.
He did say he alluded to a high tide spot that he might have somewhere else that he might go to later. But knowing when to make that move is just, that's...
All right, we are coming into another break, but to pull us out of the little lull we've watched, we're going to actually leave you guys with some fish catches, because this has been a day of fish catches. And I would bet that we have not seen the last of these little flurries that are going to happen. So you guys, hang tight, get a soda, get another bag of chips, and get back to the couch in just a few minutes, because we've got more coverage of our final day here on the Potomac for the 2017 FLW Tour, presented by Costa Sunglasses.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Out of office?
Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working!
working.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-sail foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on and it won't be long, but there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I cut a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back, everyone, to FLW Live. We are going to be taking a look over at the man leading this morning as we blast it off, and that's Tom Monsour. And he looks like he's right on pace right now. He's dropped down to unofficially the 4th place position, but as we've seen the last few days, he gets that small limit, and then throughout, he uses the entire day to slowly find and target those bigger fish and keep adding. And he was leading, day 3 to start the morning, and now he was leading day 4. So obviously, what he's doing is working.
Oh, we made a run. I think I killed the cameraman. It was pretty rough. I was going to go to a spot I hadn't fished yet, but I think it would have been windy there, and I had enough of the wind already today. So we're back at my big fish spot. It's out of the wind a little bit. It's protected anyway. One of the other guys is here. So we're going to spend the next 4 hours here and hopefully get a few good bites. We got a small limit now and we just need some good ones, so this is a good place to spend 4 hours. If we get a bite.
Monsour,
it's
right on pace.
It's going to be a bad place to spend 4 hours if we don't get any bites.
If you're curious as to where Monsour moved to, he moved inside of Quantico Creek.
It's going to be a rough ride back. It wasn't supposed to be this windy today.
just felt the cameraman's shoulders shrink a little bit right there. Thinking about the ride back today.
Jig in front of one's mouth and hope that he opens it, or she. We want a female now, a big female. Actually, we want 4 or 5 of them.
All right, Bernie, you guys feeling
bad?
bad?
It looks good. I mean, this place is just one of the, it looks special. The weeds are nice and clean. There's no black snot on your lure every cast. And it's such a big area, I don't know how it could be fished out. I can't believe it is. We're gonna find out.
Apparently, you guys don't have to feel sorry for the cameraman with Monsour. His name's Trey Bruce, and apparently he's tough as nails. He rides motocross and everything, so he's going to be just fine, and we'll give him a happy Father's Day as well. You're earning it today.
Boy, these guys take care of us so good, it's unbelievable. They were out there at 5 o'clock this morning working on my boat for me. Bill Taylor tries to be a hard ass, but he's a sweetheart too. He'll do anything to help you get going. He's a pretty cool guy. We really got a good crew. Got Kathy Fennell and the girls that run everything. FLW does a great job. Anybody's ever thinking about fishing a tour or any of the FLW, it don't matter what it is, the BFLs, the Costas, the Tour, they really run a good tournament and they make it a lot of fun to fish them, and they're good people. Even if they can't make a big fish bite out of my hook. I see Mike move now, so they must not be biting in my spot.
I think he's talking about Mike Sermon, who's in the same area over there.
We're just gonna work our way down through here real slow. I'm gonna try and fish this to death, every inch of it if I can.
You guys want a reason to go get power poles, here it is. I'm talking about wanting to fish every inch. You don't have power poles, you're blowing all over that place and trying to stay, just on the trolling motor nonstop. He's power pulled down, and he's got a lot more control over his boat and still able to fish that area thoroughly.
Yeah, and that kind of wind, if he didn't have power poles, he'd be at that other bank over there.
Yep.
Practicing here, I fished the shorelines like he is, and I caught small fish. I didn't catch any big ones. The only big ones I caught were right out here in the middle. I think they feel safe out here. They don't get quite as pressured. Most people fish the banks. We'll see if Mike's got 20 pounds today. They moved up by the bank again.
He mentioned the bottom being clean out there, not getting that scum. That's sometimes that's one of the clues these guys look for. They're fishing a lot of this slimy grass, and you always get junk and junk and junk, and all of a sudden you make this one cast, your lure comes back clean, and you're like, huh. And you make another cast, comes back clean, and about the third cast you get bit, and that's when there's, like Dudley says, you don't really know what it looks like down there, but you know that it was scummy, clean, you got a bite, and there's something happening there. There's a correlation going on there. And you just so many times on these tidal fisheries and grass, you just hear about the clean spots, the non-slimy spots.
Oh! Something nibbled it, or I ran into something, one of the two. I must have bumped something because I never felt him when I set the hook. There's a lot of catfish and bullheads and
I wonder if, with Tom being a commercial fisherman for carp, I wonder if he ever goes to other lakes and sees carp and thinks, boy, I sure would like to bring my nets down here and cha-ching. Yeah. I mean, we always drive around as fishermen looking at ponds going, boy, I'd like to make a cast in that lake. I wonder, if it's the same if you drive by ponds and say, boy, I'd like to net all the buffaloes out of that place.
We've got a look from earlier. This is, I believe, Monsour's 5th fish he caught in the boat.
all right.
Robert, it looks like that fish bit really close to the boat.
Yeah, I didn't really see how far he casted it, but I don't think it was a cast. I think it was a pitch.
And that was one thing he mentioned. He's been trying to figure out, is he needing to flip or is he needing to make a long cast?
But that's what's so great about his swim jig is you can do both with one rod, and makes it a very efficient tool. You can swim it and then all of a sudden see a nice looking clump and then just pitch to it without switching rods.
All right. I got 3 on that side and 2 on that side.
3 and 2 again.
It's 5. Not 6. Hi, Bill.
If I live to be that old, Travis, I hope I'm that happy. I mean, he is just, and he's like that all the time. It's not just because you just, caught a big fish in a $100,000 tournament. I've been around Tom a little bit, and man, he is just always upbeat, happy.
And I know there's a lot of fathers out there that wouldn't mind spending their Father's Day in the top 10 competing for a $125,000 payday.
What? Oh, good.
think we're going to start seeing some boats move around now, as some of the guys are going to leave some of their morning dead low spots and perhaps move to higher ground, so to speak. Find some of their places that were better on higher tides. So, but this is the program Monsour stuck with all 4 days through all kinds of tides. Start on the outside, out there in Mason's Neck, out on the river, get his limit, and move in here to Quantico to the big fish spot on the higher tide. Interesting to note, most of the top 10 at this point is fishing the area of the river that's between Piscataway and Chickamuxon. I mean, that's what we have condensed it down to. And that's where really yesterday a lot of the top 20 was too. Not very many ventured down to the south. The down there around Aquia, that can get really hot. Nanjamoy and as far as, Potomac Creek, where Windlet won a couple years ago. And none of that really played this time. It's almost like the limit of where these guys are catching their fish is from the kind of that Chickamuxon Creek across the river to Quantico and up to Piscataway has been where it's all pretty much gone down this week. Belmont was a big player early in the week, and it kind of petered out on Burley. Belmont left Burley and Dudley hanging yesterday. I think the only person in there now is Sprague is spending some time in Belmont. A lot of guys just got one or two areas that they run back and forth. And like you pointed out, Chris Johnson's kind of the guy that's used the whole stretch down through there, running and hopping and rotating to different places. But I think we're definitely in the lull period now. Not a lot of catching going on. We got some boats moving around on the map, so. We'll see if the latter half of this incoming tide cycle treats anybody any better.
You guys looking at that leaderboard scroll on the bottom, you'll see that we have unofficially Michael Neal has moved up into that second place slot. He started the day in 7th, so he's making some things happen. We're getting word that he has about 16 pounds, but we're going to get back to you. We got some calls in, and we're trying to get some more details to what Michael Neal is doing to make a run at this thing. Just want to add, too, that Michael Neal is unofficially in second here, but he is officially in the Forest Wood Cup. There is no doubt. We have confirmation right now.
I don't want any of the Neal family or the 423 Mafia down there coming after me. when I said that he had not made the cut. So I'm sure I'm going to hear about that from Michael Neal, but he might call off the 423 gang on me down there. I'm going to start begging for pity right now on that. But I'm sure if he charged up through there and won this thing, all would be forgiven.
Yes.
It does look like Chad Warren has left his Pohick sweet spot too. I think he's moving somewhere, but he is not where he has been all morning.
Oh, I did have a bite. I thought I had a bite. He bit my tail.
Something worth noting, Rob, is that Monsour, since we've been with him, he's swung on 3 fish now. That's, now he just confirmed one of those was definitely a bite. So you got to wonder, has something changed? I mean, obviously, just looking at it, there's more wind, there is some different variables going on, but when he's getting short strikes like that, is he going to have to change lures? Is he going to have to change presentation? Or is it just timing? Is it a little bit later in the day they're going to start eating it a little better?
One thing I'll say about tidal fish is they're extremely aggressive. And I think that's because they're in an environment that's extremely volatile. I mean, being the few times I've fished tidal water when I fished the Potomac, I remember how when you get a bite, and Brandon McMillan said this about his spot, when you get a bite here, they don't just thump it and hold it. They get it on the go. It's like it is, they hit it on the run, and I think because just seems like tidal water, there's so many other predators and so much other, they are, it's so competitive.
Mm-hmm.
They got to get what they can get because there's all kind of other fish out there,
Yep.
Stripers and flounders and bluefish and everything else that swims in the ocean can make its way up there and compete for their food. So the bass, he's the primary predator on the totem pole in a lake like Lake Lanier or something, but in these things, he's But I had several guys tell me this week that bites here it reminded me that the bites on tidal water are often, they get it and run with it.
Everything's eating everything down there.
And it does look like Chad Warren has moved. I happen to be looking at another monitor that's not on the live shot now of him.
Yeah, if we end up moving over to Chad, I'd really like to see that because it's
he is
very obvious he's fishing different water
Yep.
when you take a look at the screen here.
It looks like he is gone for that single. I need one single 4 to 5 pounder to lock this up. Looks like he's flipping some docks. Again, y'all can't see that just yet, but
There's
there
that look we were talking
There
about.
he is.
Oh,
that would have been nice live timing right there.
Cue the fish catch. You are live. This is something we haven't seen a lot of the anglers. I know there were guys fishing docks, but we haven't seen many guys in our top 10 or top 20 yesterday that were doing this.
No, docks didn't play too big of a role.
But they have in the past.
Oh, yeah.
The docks here do.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
They can hold the winning weights here.
And when Clark Winlet won, he caught some fish off docks, and I talked to Brian Schmidt about that before the tournament started, and he said the fall is more the time that these fish go to more of that hard type cover, you know, more of that. But it looks like Chad's giving it a try. Now we're going to see what he has to say about it. Looks good in there.
Live. Fishing this dock. I come over here the other day and caught me a big one. So that's what I need right now is a big one. Flipping a little worm around these pilings. This bite hasn't been very consistent for me, but when I've caught one, it's been the right one. So maybe we'll get lucky and catch this big one.
I thought I heard osprey there. I could hear it peeping.
I haven't been able to figure out exactly what tides are best on these docks. I don't know if it's just random or what, but I fished them on just about every tide and I got bites 2 different times. One it was coming in and one it was going out. Both times it was fairly low tide and that's what we got right now, so we'll see. I think it's just a current break for them for the most part. Been getting a lot of perch bites off these things too. Maybe they're perch or little bass, but usually when you're getting those little perch bites is when you're getting a bass bite too. I guess they're in there eating on them perch.
Chad's from down there around Grand Lake. That's kind of his home lake. Grand Lake's got a lot of docks on it, but the water doesn't go up and down on a daily basis like that on the docks back home. So he was talking about those tides and
just flipping a little blue fleck worm, 7-inch.
Trying
blue
to figure
fleck.
it. when those tides are best on docks.
It seems to get their attention if they're around. I've tried hundreds of different baits. Before I got here, I was watching old videos and stuff. It looked like a lot of the better fish come off the docks. And I figured if I ever got me a good limit, I'd come do this, you know, try to catch a big one. And I mean, I didn't get enough bites to start doing it. You know, I don't think I could catch 5 doing it, but I'm sure if I flip docks for the next couple hours, I'm gonna catch one. If I'm patient enough.
That's key right there. He's done himself a huge favor by putting a great limit already in the boat, and now he gets the luxury of exploring and doing some outside the box things that haven't been highly productive during this event. But he, like he just said, he's looking for one good one.
Ain't sure that was a bass.
Heard him say something about watching old videos. It's these younger anglers that come into the sport today, they have the luxury of, you know, a whole barrage of old tournament footage and video to look at, and that's how a lot of them research. I mean, you can't blame them for that. That's how they get their research done. I've got my own, I brought my own Potomac paper map with me. That's what I used. Came here in 1993. That's the kind of research I did, was on a paper map. So it's just interesting how times have changed, and these guys have a kind of a whole background to look at in terms of what they might be doing, or what kind of structure to look at, what kind of lures to be thinking about when they get to somewhere that they've never been before. A lot more clues laying around out there than there used to be.
The more you can understand the past, the better you can plan the future.
There's a lot of tournament history on this waterway too. A lot of tournament history. You can go back into the, I guess, late 80s, early 90s, and like I said yesterday, there have been some big names that's won tournaments here. Legends like Guido Hibden and Denny Brower, Jay Ellis back in the days that BASS used to come here quite a bit. And then Dan Moorhead won a big BASS here years ago on a man's -1. He brought the world to the man's -1 before the super shallow running crankbait. I remember when young Timmy Horton won his first event here and became Angler of the Year. That was a cool thing. Jim Bitter, he won a tournament off of a single rock out there in one of those flats. Timmy won a big tournament. It used to be kind of an the isolated things that those guys used to look for, and then all that stuff's kind of famous now, and then they kind of gets beat to death after they leave town. In the more modern era, of course, when FLW started going there, you had Luke Clausen's won there, Ike and Ellie's won there in FLW here. Chris Baumgardner, Scott Martin, Clark Winlet, and I guess recently, last year there was a bass here that Justin Lucas won. So, whole lot of names of pros that have launched careers here and better careers here. And today might be another one of those cases with young Chad Warren. It's pretty neat how, I mean, when Chad Warren left Oklahoma to come to the Potomac River, he probably just thought, I'm going to fish another tournament. I just want to get through this thing. And by the end of this day, the Potomac River may be a very, very special place.
Yes, yes.
I don't know if he's trying to get shade here or. Talk to any pro that won their first big tournament far away from home like that, that fishery will always have a place in their life, you know what I mean? When you win a $100,000 tournament on a lake, I mean, he's used to fishing Grand Lake, round home, you expect him to do good there, and he comes out to the Potomac River. I like the way he snuck under that dock. I didn't know if the rest of the boat would come through there, but I hope the tide didn't come up.
Kudos to the cameraman, didn't break a shot at all, too. He kept it right on him.
Yep.
All right. That music means we're getting ready for another break, Rob. But when we come back, we'll take a quick look at the leaderboard and go over some of the things that have happened today and the key components to getting us this far. But you guys stick around because we have much, much more live coverage of this final event of the 2017 FLW season here on the Potomac River. And we come right back.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, but it won't be long. But there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got along with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing. Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Wow. Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you have enough time to whip up a quick sandwich, grab a handful of double stuffed Oreos, and are back on the couch here. Let's get you guys caught up. This is our current unofficial leaderboard, and it's been quite the day. You know, you see Tom Monsour down there in the 4th place. He actually started today in the lead, but just like he's done the past few days, he hits his limit and is going to slowly be calling that up. Chad Warren, the story's really on him this morning. He's been doing those slight adjustments, has a quality limit just shy of 17 pounds, and is now totally switched over to fishing docks and just looking for that one big fish to really give him that comfortable lead to end out this day. But that mystery story is also Michael Neal. He's put together a quality limit.
He was sneaking up through there.
Yep, and he was starting, he was about 3 pounds out of the lead to start the day, so he definitely needs to put together a solid limit because he's still, you know, a good 3 pounds behind Warren. But if he was doing the right things, I mean, this is obvious. He's put together a quality limit. He might be in the same position as Warren, looking for that quality, that one kicker that may give him a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to some playbacks here. Let's break down the day. This was our leader starting the morning, Monsour, and like I had said, he's about putting together that limit in his limit area, and then he goes to his big fish water and waits him out. Rob, break down the different techniques that he has been switching back and forth to.
Yeah, all week it's been, oh, how about this? Wow. I did, almost had a free Tom Monsour rod out there in the water. Tom this week's it's all been about his swim jig. That's what Tom Monsour is known for, his signature swim jig. He loves that. And he's used a little swim bait a little bit, pitch Cinco a little bit, and out in that milfoil. And then, this is the guy that really dialed it up this morning. He dialed up this little window in the morning time. He got on it yesterday morning. As the tide falls up, at the low tide point, back in that creek he is in there, it pulls all the clear water out. And he also had some cloud cover, and that combination of that early cloud cover and that clear water allowed him to get to work with that popper. And once again, talked to a lot of guys this week. I've heard very little about topwater. So this guy has figured something out on the topwater, got well on that window this morning. And here's the guy I'm waiting to see him turn up the heat here a little bit later today. Brandon McMillan on his little hot spot, the little the rock bar out there that may or may have not been put out there purposely by some locals to sweeten a little spot. But he got his limit, fairly early. It doesn't weigh much, but it's getting about time for his spot to get right in that tide.
And now here we are going live now with Brandon McMillan, and I think he might be able to clue us in on what's going on here.
I see him pitching already, and it looks like he's giving up on that Cinco. That might be bad news. He can't stand it. Look at the Florida boy. He's got to get over there and I can't wait to see what he has to say about this adjustment here. I think he took all the dragging of that Cinco he could possibly stand. And I'm not going to lie, I didn't even really say this at the beginning of the day, but my money was kind of on him as the day started.
What's that?
Two 20-pound bags, and it just seemed like that spot he had.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I haven't left my area. I'm just trying to do a little something different here. Just not really getting bit. I don't know if it's just if I just caught too many there this week, or if the wind's got them kind of messed up, or something's a little different. The water looks pretty good. Everything's about the same. I only had really one little flurry where I had a couple bites, and so we're not gonna give up on it. We're just gonna do something a little bit different. Try to get a few bites, make a couple culls. We ought to be able to catch one flipping through here somewhere. Surely to goodness.
Here we got the split screen. Live look at Chris. Is he throwing that one back?
Oof.
That's good news for the Johnston family right there. That was a quality fish.
And one half of the Joe Bros is coming to life here.
The Joe Bros. And we mentioned earlier, he has a lot of experience on this body of water.
It's got good hard bottom through here.
So as Chris gets into this position where he's really filling out a quality limit, when he gets in that spot where he's just looking for one more big bite, I would say the advantage goes towards Chris because of how many little spots he has.
4-pounder. These fish I'm catching got the bodies of 3.5 pounders, but they're so skinny they're not weighing heavy. So I have to catch a 5-pounder and it might weigh about 4 1/4. Still just flipping this jig, and I've caught numerous big fish in this area before in past years, and just haven't got one out of here this tournament, a big one. So still need those kickers.
Things might start to be heating up here, Rob. Just saw Johnston culling, and now McMillan just swung on a fish, and he just power pulled down. So this would be a lot of fun if we see a bunch of action happening all in a flurry here. There we go.
Not gonna help, he says. Johnson has moved down kind of into the mouth of Mattawoman.
Not gonna help.
Big mill full flat out there.
One was boiled right there.
Fish boiled.
It's a good sign. They might be turning on.
Mm-hmm.
I've been probably, it feels like forever, but probably an hour and a half, and I just caught 3 in the last 15 minutes, so. Oh, I just missed one. Took my trailer. I think they're turning on.
This is some news that Chad Warren does not want to know about.
Looks like he's really been going hard on that black jig. And,
didn't get a hook in him, so he might still bite.
Rumor has it the Johnston brothers make a nice little payday on that black jig.
This wind makes it a little more interesting trying to flip these weeds, because the main thing I try and do when I'm flipping like this is stay off the trolling motor, so it really kind of makes it tough to stay off the trolling motor and flip when you got this wind blowing into the weed bed. We'll make it work.
I pointed this out yesterday with Johnson. I mean, that style retrieve with the jig, that is not, I mean, you know, most guys pitch it in there, shake it just a little bit, you know, maybe even just shake the slack. I mean, he is really snatching that jig out of there, and I just think he just totally wants a reaction by it. He wants that thing to go zipping by one's head, and it just reacts on it. There's no, you know, I think it's like he's trying to really jerk and snatch it through there and make that jig kind of hit through the weeds and puff off a little, you know, in the bass. What's going on here? And it's definitely a kind of an unconventional retrieve for, you know, just typical jig pitching and flipping.
I'm due for a big bite. I haven't really got one all tournament. They've all just been decent ones. And this place is renowned for 5 and 6 pounders, so we'll see.
This is a good split screen angle here, because
Yeah.
we've got Chad Warren leading this event here, fishing a great tournament, but right now has now made that adjustment where he's looking for that one fish. So he's now fishing docks, and he's putting his confidence in these areas that he thinks he can get that one big bite. But then you've got Chris Johnson, a ton of experience, a ton of success on this body of water, and nipping at his heels and really heating up right here, getting the bites. I feel like, he just said this is a 5-pound area. I feel like any cast might be a 5-pounder for him.
Yep. I think he's trying to, you know, kind of call his own future there. He's trying to self-fulfilling prophecy talk he has going there, like, you know, and you can tell. I mean, you know, he fishes with this kind of intensity all the time, but he's smelling kind of the window possibly cracking open here a little bit, and he obviously, he feels like things are coming together for him to make a big move here at the end. He'd probably like that wind to calm down a little bit, but
the only bad thing about this wind blowing is the water's starting to get stained, and if this gets any muddier, it won't be good. So one thing these fish don't like is muddy water on the Potomac, so they'll just shut down.
A swing and a miss from Warren.
Got some of that water in my mouth. This is the last place I want to get water. Probably have beaver fever here in about an hour.
I don't know what that is, but I'm pretty sure I don't want it.
I think I had that once. Camera glitched up a little bit, but did Warren just set into one?
Yeah, he's had a couple little pecks under that dock now.
Got to keep an eye on the leaderboard as well with any updates, because it really feels like any of our anglers right now, there's definitely some kind of little bite window going on, and it's going to be who actually capitalizes on that the most, because we have Brandon, Warren both missing some fish, but I think we might see someone hook up with a big one and this day take a little churn.
Yeah, according to the unofficial leaderboard here, Neal and Johnston are the two that have a shot at this now.
Yeah, Neal Johnston, and I think just, you know, because he's done it every single day, Monsour, you know, it's just been so consistent for him. Small fish, then big fish later in the day, that I think we're going to slowly, he's not going to do it in one fish. He's not going to take this thing back over. It's going to be a 3, 3.5, another 3.
The unofficial estimate for Monsour is 10.25. I'm thinking he might have a little bit more than that. I'm starting to have some concern for McMillan, though. I kind of thought that spot would have fired by now. I think there's enough flowing water with the tide now that certainly he's going to check it another time or two, but
yeah, you would have hoped to at least see one, 3+ pounder come out of there, and to give him some kind of reason to keep fishing it, but he really hasn't caught any big fish yet out of there. And when he had pretty close to 20 pounds the last 2 days, that's a little discouraging.
We've got a nice still photo of Chris Johnston there.
The action shot.
Action shot.
So, yeah, we keep bringing up Michael Neal, and you know, his nice limits got him up to the second place slot. We've still got some calls out and everything. We're trying to get a little bit more information because he started the day in 7th place, so we didn't have a camera on his boat, but we did have a marshal with a iPad, and so we're trying to locate that information and see a little bit more about what he's doing right now. Oh, there's Chad swinging on another one.
Yeah, some early indications I heard was that Neil had been throwing a square bill around some grass and also a vibrating jig a little bit. So we're going to peek at that here in a bit. Not that you wish anything against Chad, but when you sit here at this desk, you kind of hope that somebody might push him a little bit. You know, I mean, that's still, I know everything's unofficial, but that's still a pretty good gap right there.
Yeah, you always like to see, for pure entertainment value, you like to see a lot of lead changes, tons of big fish just jumbling everything up. I'm sure Chad is wishing the exact opposite right now.
Yeah, they can stay exactly where they're at.
You've got a lot of guys coming at it from a lot of different angles too, trying to nip on his heels. When you look at Chris Johnston, he's kind of working a little faster. He's going to be moving different areas and stuff. So he may stumble into that big fish that's ready to bite, where Monsour, he said he's going to fish there for the next 4 hours. So you got him tucked in. If they're going to bite, he's going to get them. And so you really have both sides covered, guys that are trying to catch up to him. And you can't help but think one of them is going to give Chad a run for his money.
Do what?
I did get a little update right now, little info nugget here from our guys on the water. Neil's actually throwing a special crankbait, and he's lost 2 or 3 big fish today. But now apparently, this is the news I'm getting, he just lost his crankbait.
Uh-oh.
So that could definitely be a momentum killer, or a, you know, at least get in your head quite a bit if that's the last one you got.
Uh-oh.
I can't hear you. Yeah, I'm just flipping these docks. Haven't caught a lot of fish off of docks, but the ones I did catch in practice were 4+ pound fish.
I can tell you
so
funny.
I'm trying to find a kicker. I figured that's what it's going to take. I'm going to need one more big fish probably to win this thing. Ate my worm. I haven't quite figured out what tides is best or anything like that for these docks, but I looked at it one day when I caught one and it was rising and about halfway up. I looked at it another day when I caught one and it was falling and almost to the bottom. So I'm not sure if they just live around here and there's certain windows when you can catch them or what. But I know some big ones live around these docks, so that's why I'm fishing them. Watching all the videos and stuff before I got here, a lot of the guys that have done well in the past have caught them fishing docks. So I know some big ones like them. And I put a lot of effort into the dock fishing when I got here because I'm not that great at fishing grass, being from Oklahoma. But I never put it together good enough to be able to rely on them completely. So this is my Hail Mary to try to catch a big one right here. If that doesn't work out, I'm gonna shoot across the creek there to where I caught them on Thursday and see if by not having a little bit of pressure over there, you know, the last 2 days. I didn't fish it at all yesterday, see if that, you know, got them grouped back up and willing to bite. They got beat on pretty hard Thursday and Friday. Come on, fish. This dock right here's got I keep missing them, don't know what the deal is here. Could be just perch, but that one pulled it down pretty good.
Rob, you'd love to see him connect with one of these too, so we can
perch bites on these docks.
get an idea of the size of these fish.
But every once in a while, a big old bass will grab it. I feel like I'm doing the right thing though. I'm not flustered or spun out, so I feel like it'd be pretty tough to catch another topwater fish now that the sun's out. I can't catch the big ones back there on anything but a topwater, so I feel like I'm making the right decisions. We'll just see how it turns out. This dock here's got some deep water on the end of it. That's 7-8 foot, so let's see. Maybe there'll be a big one sitting out there. I don't feel like I got enough to win right now. Any one of those guys behind me catches 18 or 19 pounds, it's going to be pretty close. If the two guys in front of me catch 15 pounds, it's going to be close. I really would like to get another big fish in the boat.
You know that math he just did right there? He's done that about 3,000 times today in his head.
Yep, and I think he's pretty accurate the way he's thinking right now too, and so it really shows that his headspace is correct. You know, he's making the right moves right now. Whether he gets that big fish or whether he even needs that big fish, that'll only be decided at 4 o'clock.
This is probably the first 4-day tournament I've ever made it to the 4th day. That's kind of cool. Fished some day 3s in the coastas, but never a day 4.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about a great way to end the season. But now one of the guys that is nipping close on his heels here is Michael Neal. And the reality is we don't have an actual live camera, so we haven't been able to really get too many updates on what he's doing. But we did finally locate some iPad footage from his Marshall, and we're going to head over to that real quick right now.
Had a good day so far. 11:30, and I've got 15 pounds, but the bad part is I should be sitting on about 20. I've lost 2 3s and a 5. Lost two of them in the last 20 minutes. So I've been picking this area apart all day. Every time I go down it, I get at least one good bite. So I'm just going to keep camping out here. It's out of the wind. It's protected. I got one other area that I'm probably going to rotate to a little bit later on. I'm just fishing a shallow bank that's got a mix of coontail and eelgrass on it. These fish it's a little thicker up there closer to the bank, and it's more sparse and a little shorter out here a little ways off of it, and they're really relating to the change in the line of where it's thicker up there and thinner out here. They're sitting pretty much on that change. Every once in a while you'll catch one further up or further out, but most of my bites are coming in that same area, same distance off the bank. The wind's blowing. I'm hoping that some of these other guys are having a hard time finding places that are protected. I know I'm lucky that my 2 main areas are completely protected from the south wind. So we'll keep sticking it out and see if we can get some more of these big bites.
Oh!
That hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts right there. I can tell you one thing about Michael Neal. One place he does not want to finish in this tournament is second, because his history of finishing second in tour events is starting to kill him. He's had 3 seconds in tour events. And he also has 2 thirds in tour events, so second or third. I bet Neil will tell you right now, I just assume finish 10th than to finish second or third again. So that's painful to watch right there.
We're obviously around the right fish, but if he's going to get some of those to the boat, we'll find out later on today. And then back to our current leader, Chad Warren. Just picking apart these docks, looking for that one big bite.
Before we went to Neil, Warren made a very interesting comment. This is the first time I fished a 4-day tournament, 4 days. And when you ask some of the icons of our sport, like Andy Morgan, what's the toughest thing? There's a lot of BFL level anglers that want to do what Andy does. They want to fish for a living. And Andy came from that, came from BFLs. And I've asked Andy before, what's the hardest part about getting from where you were to where you are? And he said, finding fish for 4 days. It's something that a lot of these young guys overlook. It's one thing to be the hero on your lake in a BFL 1-day tournament, and your weekend charity type tournaments and even 2-day, type tournaments. There's a world of difference between being your 1-day 28-pound hero and 4 days of keeping up with change and conditions and tides and everything else. And so I think it's pretty interesting that Chad brings that up, because I think it's, I think part of what's going through his mind is, I wish I had a couple of more places right now. You know what I mean? I'm kind of stuck out here in the wind flipping this dock for it, and I got this one other spot. And probably what made him make that comment was, man, I've never had to fish 4 days in a tournament before, I mean, good gosh, this has become a marathon, And so that's another one of those, we talked about kind of the maturation process of these younger guys that get on tour, whether it be McMillan having his pain and his fun at the same time with that Cinco, or a guy like Chad Warren that's like, oh my gosh, 4 days?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, mentally, some of these newer guys or guys that just haven't made a lot of cuts, they aren't always mentally preparing for a 4-day event, where you better believe in Andy Morgan, Brian Thrift, David Dudley, they're coming to that. They're driving to that tournament planning on fishing 4 days.
Absolutely.
And everything they do in pre-fish, everything is, okay, this isn't going to be a spot I rely on much, but I got to remember this. If I'm day 4 and I'm in the same position Chad's in right now, I need a spot with some, possibly have some big ones, there's going to be my day 4.
Yep. Those guys practice for that. John Cox was the guy that's told me the same thing about learning how to fish 4-day tournaments. 4 days is just, I mean, it's a marathon compared to your 1-day, local hometown shootout sprints. And I remember John told me that was one of the hard humps he had to get over too, was enough, because he's a bed fishing guy. You need more than just your 28 pounds for your first day. You need a.
And yeah, when you hear some of these veterans talk as well, during pre-fish, especially like in the pre-spawn and that kind of situations, they find water in pre-fish. These fish aren't ready to go yet. They find they're like, wow, they were cruising around, they weren't locked or anything. They're not going to be locked tomorrow or the next day, but come day 4, I know I'm going back to that spot because I might be able to just blow the lid off this thing. And they're making mental notes where a lot of anglers, these fish aren't ready to go, I'm going to go somewhere else, forget about it. And you hear that over and over being repeated by these guys that have just been there and done that. But, and maybe this is coming at the best time possible for Chad Warren, because, he's going to have to plan his next year. He's going to have to start strategizing his, how he's going to turn next year into a bigger success than, than this year ended up being. And having his first 4-day experience, I think this is going to be a great learning tool for him moving into 2018. Rob, we're getting ready for another commercial break. Oh, we got another miss from Chad Warren. I know there's a lot of people that are rooting for Chad right now, especially after this morning, him catching fish, but also talking about how much this means to him. This is a big deal to end the season here. Our rookie that's out here this morning, and so you've got to have a special place for him having a victory today. But we've also got some other anglers having their own little personal struggles and overcoming some things. One of the guys we're going to take a look at is Brandon Cobb, definitely fishing with a a broken leg this week and having some success. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute as we go into our last half hour of live coverage. Then we're going to be leaving these anglers for a couple hours and basically putting together our champion with Chris Jones a little bit later today. So do not go anywhere. We have our final half hour coming up in just a minute.
there are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brood strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
It's quiet on the river this morning. Ain't nobody on the water but me. And the sun's coming on, and it won't be long, but there's a little more weight coming in this creek. I got a line with that woman of mine, and she sent me on down that way. Now I'm making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen. Making noise with the alligator boys, 20 miles east of Goshen.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
All right, guys, welcome back to our final segment of our final day of our final event of the 2017 FLW Tour here on the Potomac. And this is the guy that's started in the lead both of our days on the live coverage. That's Tom Monsour.
There's one.
And on cue, right there.
Oh, yeah.
I think he turned them.
Finally,
make sure we were
if he
awake.
stays on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Big one.
This is not good news for Chad Warren.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. Nice one. That helps. Oh, God, does that help?
Wow.
Oh, man. Thank you, Lord. Wow. Good 2.5. Maybe 3 even.
2.5.
My live well's not on.
I don't know about a 2.5.
Now this isn't going to move.
You know what that's
Look a
all
lot bigger
about.
than me.
This isn't going to move Tom way up the leaderboard right now. But the reason this is significant is because this is what he has done every day. You could set your watch by this. He has that limit and he just keeps going up. And this fits right into his game plan. This is right on time. He's going to start making some calls. And there is still a lot of time to fish right now. These anglers have a few hours left. Monsour is definitely going to make a run at this lead before the day's over.
God. That sucks. I am so lucky those are alive. I can't believe it. How could that happen? Unreal. I know I didn't shut it off. Did you shut I'm just kidding.
Blame it on the cameraman every time.
God. Yeah.
You know, one thing, I've never seen the cameraman get credit for any fish catches, but anything that goes wrong, it's definitely the cameraman.
Unbelievable. It's a good thing I caught one or I wouldn't have known that my live well was off. Am I? Finally got a decent bite. We just got to where I caught them, most of them too, in this little bitty spot here. And they're not catfish. These last two have been bass.
I've got an estimated.
Not enough.
I've got an estimated weight.
I think I got to catch 4 big ones yet. I don't know, I might. Got to have at least 10 pounds, you know. But that's terrible for here.
I don't mean to argue with Tom Monsour on camera, but I think he has more than 10 pounds.
I probably got more than that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. The unofficial estimate is 12, and I think he has even more than that.
Yeah. I think it's little head games you play too. He doesn't want to count.
Sure.
You know, he wants to lowball it a little bit and make sure that he's staying on his toes, looking for those bigger fish.
He's been hanging around Brian Thrift and Andy Morgan.
We still got 2.5 hours to get 4 good bites. Even 5. I'll be happy with 1 though. One big one would really help. But at least I'm in the right area now.
Do you think that Brian Schmidt is sitting at home watching this, watching Tom Monsour do this?
Why didn't they come to this area right away?
When Tom had to sit and watch Brian Schmidt do it a month ago.
The first 2 days. But now everything's been right here in this little area. Just gotta hope there's a couple more. Man.
Once again,
Make sure that live well's pumping.
Once again, that's Quantico Creek that he's in there.
Oh yeah. Now it's looking good.
You want to talk about a gift fish? I mean, not only did that help him cull up in terms of weight, but like he pointed out, if he'd have never caught that when he did and gone back there and looked at those live wells, that could have been another hour of that could have been a real problem.
I mean, it ain't over yet. We still got a couple hours. All it takes is 4 or 5 of the right bites. But if the other guys already got the right bites and they're in the live well, it's all over. God, that felt good to get a bite. That wasn't a catfish.
And one of the anglers we mentioned in the top 10 before we went to the break is Brandon Cobb, and he has been fishing with a disability this week and had a great tournament. So maybe there's something he's got to analyze what worked out for him. Maybe he needs to slow down, but maybe he needs to sit in a seat every tournament. But this is a sight you don't see too often.
Yeah, I was trying to remember when he actually did that. I think he did it before Mississippi River. But this is how he's had to fish the last couple tournaments. And that is no fun. Hadn't slowed him down much this week, though. Unofficially in 7th right now.
Yeah, he's got the old Bill Dance style right there.
That's actually how I fish these days, too.
I know, he's making do with the conditions. A great fish right there. Brandon had said he's just going to try to make the best of it, but his plan is to be healed by the Cup.
Yeah.
He did qualify for the Forest Wood Cup, and he is going to get back into shape, get that all healed up the next couple months, and be ready to bring 100%.
He started the year at Gunnersville with a top 10, and he's ending the year at Potomac with a top 10. So, broken foot or not, Captain Cobb is not letting it bother him too much. Back over to Monsour. Yeah, I'm thinking that the estimated weight of Monsour's fish might be a little low.
White swimming jig wants quick.
I'll tell you where that will get sorted out. You'll find out that he has more than 12 pounds as it weigh-in. When Chris Jones says, "Tom Monsour, bring him to me."
Oh, 5 fish limit.
He's going to tell Monsour on stage today, "Brother, we've been doing this a long time, haven't we?" "Yeah, you know we have. You know we have."
You definitely have your impressions down. I've heard quite a lot of Matty, your Dudley impressions, Brian Thrift. You've spent enough time around all these guys here. You know I think you could talk to all their wives for them.
When you've been to 10,000 Chris Jones weigh-ins, you hear that at night when you go to bed. "Show us your new best bass." No!
Really good timing. And it's a tease. Is he still catching any? No. It sucks. Oh. God, I wish there was a pot of them there. Just 5 casts is all it takes.
I think if I went and hung out with Tom Monsour for a couple months, it just might change my life. Just change my whole attitude about things. That guy's I just love how happy he is all the time. I mean, there's a lot of guys that, with that little live well issue, would have had a just absolute
meltdown,
freak out. Johnson found him a little calmer bank there.
Is it live now? Okay.
I think he's just inside of Mattawoman there, but he switched banks. That wind's kind of blowing out of the south. And
I just pulled back into the stretch where I caught them all yesterday afternoon in about an hour. And I just got one, about 1 3/4 pounds, and I got 3 hours to try and get me 2 big bites. And I've said it before, I know they live here, so just 2 casts could make a huge difference. So I'm just hitting as many pockets as I can again and see what happens. It's nice and calm in this corner, so feels like it's about 100 degrees in here, but can't complain. It's not raining or snowing. Most of the fish I'm getting are 2 3/4 to 3 pounds, and they should be about 3.5. They just haven't been eaten. I need to get on the same diet as my brother or something, and grow a bit.
Brother slam.
Oh, man. Corey, did you hear that? I didn't know there was any sibling rivalry in the Joe Bro clan there.
Tide's getting high now, so it's going to be probably a really high tide because the wind's blowing up the river. So if the tide's normally goes up 2 feet, it might go up 3 or 4 today just because the wind's blowing up the river that direction. So make things a little different. If the water gets any higher, I might try throwing a bait over the top of this grass and see if I can get him to come up for it.
That's the type of local experience. Not that he's a local, you know, we've talked about this. He has a lot of experience on the Potomac, and those are the kind of key bits of information that Chad Warren is not operating with right now. That, you know, it wasn't like, well, I think if the wind blows, the tide might stay high. He knew almost to the number by the feel of that wind, that south wind coming into, you know, instead of it being 2.5, it could be 3.5. Those are the little bits of information that, having a lot of local experience on tidal water, is a big help. I think we'll take our last look at Chad Warren before we wind the day down. He started the day with a bang there in Pohick. on the top water popper. Maybe he can end the day with a bang here on some of these docks. And get a few last thoughts with him here.
Just caught been missing a bunch of fish off these docks. A bunch. Eating half my worms. I bit my worm in half, flipped in there and caught about a 2-pound smallmouth. Unfortunately, that doesn't help me right now.
Interesting.
But I'm about to give up on my dock deal here and run back over to the grass I caught him out of on Thursday. The tide's about like it was when I caught him over there then, so I think that's what I'm gonna do right now. See if I can catch 1 or 2 big ones out there, and if not, I'm going back to where I started and finish the day out. Hope it's enough. All you guys watching get to know exactly how I'm doing. I'm out here wondering.
He's gonna make his last stand in some previous spots that he has fished. So he's gonna go try the place from Thursday, and then he will eventually end up back in his starting
Not getting
spot.
any bigger in there.
Gonna get a boat ride with Chad Warren. Guys moving around right now, but what is a little bothersome is Tom Monsour is out there on his big fish spot just plugging away. One last look at Brandon McMillan. Man, I'd really kind of hoped that this place would fire up for him. One more day.
Oh yeah, 20 pounds day 2, 19 some change day 3 out of here. You really hope to see another huge limit coming out of here, and I'm sure he did too. But the one thing is, I don't think McMillan was thinking about doing too much other stuff. I think he's realized this was the spot that got him here, and he was going to stick to it. And the one thing we have seen is some late runs from a lot of these anglers throughout the tournament. So it would be no surprise when we leave him at here in a few minutes, and then we see him weigh in, that he has a whole different bag that he brings to the scales. And we are back. That's going to conclude our live coverage here for this final event, Rob.
The last of the last of the last, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're going to be throwing this over to the gang at the scales at the actual event on the Potomac there. Now, if you guys are in that area, head over to Smallwood Park. There's an expo that started at 12 that's going to go all the way up into the weigh-in. Tons of fun games for the family and kids. And then also a lot of the pros are hanging out there as well to answer any questions about equipment or strategies, different things. And if you live in the area, if you fish the Potomac River, it really benefits you to go talk to those anglers and really find out why they did things different, how they found these areas. Because it's always interesting when these guys go to the water, they don't fish it all that often, but they find the top spots. They find the bite very quickly, and it's always an advantage to go check that out if you're a local tournament angler in the area. But we are going to be crowning a champion here today. I can't wait to see how this shakes out. There's a lot of different strategies going out, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, Rob.
Yep, we could add Chad Warren. We had one rookie this year, Bradley Dortch, go the distance and become a first-time FLW Tour winner. And we might end the season as well with a rookie angler. It's been an interesting season. We've had a couple rookies win. We've had a couple of veterans win. One twice, Mark Rose. 2 wins for Mark Rose, and then Scott Martin brought it through there at Cumberland. And then, on either end there, we had some rookies, Bradley and possibly Chad.
Yeah, we really have seen a lot of flavors of different anglers here. Like you said, veterans, but you know, Rowe's a veteran on tour, but he did something. He had back-to-back wins. Absolutely amazing feat from a seasoned angler. Scott Martin getting his usual win. He always sneaks in a W in there. And then these rookies, it's fun to see new blood having success on tour. It's always good for the sport and good to see. It's easy to root for these younger guys that are coming up in here. So, you know, and as we put a cap to this season here, all focus is now going to go over to the Forest Wood Cup. The season is going to be over in a few hours here for us covering the live. It is over. But now we head over to Columbia, South Carolina. That is ground zero. Lake Murray's going to be where they're going to crown a Forest Wood Cup champion. And that's what these anglers fish for all season long, accumulating these points and wanting to get a chance at that huge payday. And what's unique that we're going to be doing is we're going to be going on the road. We're packing up all the equipment in the studio, and we're going to be setting up at the Columbia Metropolitan Convention Center. And that's where we're going to have the huge expo. If you guys have never attended this, it's an absolute blast. Tons of different brands that are going to be there, all kinds of different things for you to try and sample. It's a great way for you to learn more about the sport, expand your knowledge of fishing, but also meet a lot of these fishermen that you follow throughout the year. They're going to be there signing autographs, shaking hands, and it's just a great way to connect with these anglers and learn a little bit more. And also, we're going to be doing extended live coverage. You and I are going to go there. We're going to be doing 6 hours over the full 3 days. So October 11th all the way to the 13th, we're going to be doing from the blast off all the way until that midway point around the 12:30. Another side note, as you mentioned Bradley Dortch, we've got to make sure that we relate to his mother that we're bringing Byron Velvick back onto our live coverage. He's going to be there, and so she can get some FaceTime with him. And I know Bradley will be excited that his mom gets more involved in fishing because Byron gets to be there as well.
Yeah, the Forest Wood Cup's going to be awesome. I already see 3 names on our top 10 today I'll be looking at there. Cody Meyer, for sure. He's a drop shot, you know, king. Brandon Cobb's kind of the local guy there. And I don't know. I just got this feeling about Michael Neal. I don't know why I've been on Michael Neal train all day, but certainly Anthony Gagliardi will be odds-on favorite, and that will be, could he be the first to repeat a Forest Wood Cup win?
Nice, a lot of little storylines going on. It's going to be, for sure, a fun event. Looking forward to that. I've never even been to Lake Murray, so I'm looking forward to packing up and making a long road trip from the West Coast all the way out to the East Coast there. But you guys, that concludes our live coverage of our last event. We're going to give these anglers a couple more hours to fish, and then we are at 4 o'clock. We're going to go live again on FLWfishing.com, and we're going to have Chris Jones crown a champion here in our last event of the 2017 FLW Tour on the Potomac River. But guys, Travis Moran and Rob Newell, we're signing out. Thanks for joining us, and we will see you at Lake Murray.
Bring him to